Especially with it being so new, I just wouldn't jump on that and give them all of my information because you can't trust that.
And then too, you can already go through, I'm pretty sure, through your own banking institution and get that information. You have a financial advisor. Because honestly, what we really need. Anyways, let's talk about it. We need a financial advisor looking over our stuff anyway. Not ChatGPT. I need a real person.
Yes, we need real people, right?
Real people.
Have a good night, everybody.
Bye, guys.
We'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.
From Fox 5 News in Atlanta, you're watching live coverage of election night in Georgia.
Polls have been closed for about a half hour now, and votes are being counted. The final candidates who will be running for governor, Senate, and much more will be decided very, very soon, and we will be here covering it all for you tonight. Thanks so much for joining us on our streaming coverage as these election results are coming in for today's primary election. In a couple of Metro Atlanta's largest counties, 12 voting precincts have remained open past the 7 o'clock deadline. Now, 11 of those are in Cobb County, where they saw a number of technical issues earlier today, leading to those extensions. Many of those precincts are closing now around 7:30, but we know at least one will be open until 8 o'clock. That is what you are seeing now. The Piedmont Road Church of Christ polling place still open. Now in Fulton County, the Ison Springs Elementary polling place will be open until about 11 o'clock tonight. Again, thanks so much for joining us here for our election coverage on Fox Local. I'm Christine Spiro. We have reporters standing by at election night parties for nearly a dozen candidates. So we'll be checking in with them throughout the evening tonight. First, some early numbers are coming in for key races in Georgia. So let's start with the Republican gubernatorial primary, where these four candidates are running for that Republican nomination. Right now, Burt Jones with the early lead. Not too large of a lead, though. He's bringing 37% of the vote in to Rick Jackson's 34%. Brad Raffensperger showing 14% of the vote right now. Chris Carr at 12%. Again, very early. This is with only 4% of the precincts reporting. Let's go to the Democratic gubernatorial primary now, where Keisha Lance Bottoms has a whopping lead at 66%. Michael Thurman coming in at 11%. Jason Estevez and Jeff Duncan with single digits at the moment, 9% and 7% respectively. Again, this is very early. Only 6% of the precincts have counted their votes right now. Let's go to the U.S. Senate Republican race, where Mike Collins right now jumping out with an early lead at 45%. Buddy Carter and Derek Dooley in the 20s right now, 27% and 24% respectively. John McCollum right now with 3% of the votes. So single digits at the moment. 7% of the precincts have been reporting here. Let's start with the candidate who has been the front runner in the Republican polling in the race for governor. That is billionaire Rick Jackson. For an early check on the atmosphere at his watch party, let's go to Fox 5's Denise Dillon at the Battery. Now, we just showed some numbers, Denise. Rick Jackson right now in second place, but again, very, very early with only single-digit precincts reporting.
Yes, it is very early, and those numbers that you just read off has had pretty much no effect on any of the Rick Jackson supporters who are now here in the Omni Ballroom as it is starting to fill up. Normally, on a night like this, I would say it has been a long campaign. But if you remember, Rick Jackson didn't even announce that he was running for governor until February. His spokesperson just told me, this guy has packed a 2-year campaign into 3 months, but in those 3 months he has been very busy. He has crisscrossed the state multiple times meeting with voters.
He's done the work. He has been out there in the state, in the counties, meeting the people of Georgia, hearing their concerns, and really learning a lot about what's happening throughout the state and coming up with ideas on how he wants to help fix those problems when he's governor.
And Rick Jackson has spent tens of millions of dollars of his own money. I tried to get an exact number on that. All I got was more than 50 million, somewhere closer to maybe 70 or 80, but the whole money thing hasn't been worked out quite yet. But he says that he is spending it because he wants to be governor to help Georgians. And he says every penny of it is worth it. Reporting live, Denise Dillon, Fox 5 News.
He really has had a very short campaign, as you mentioned, Denise, and showing success so far. Yeah. We'll see how the final results shake out. Thanks so much. Let's go to Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones's campaign, who has been polling just behind Rick Jackson leading up to today's primary. But again, with the latest numbers that have come in, he is showing a lead right now. He's been endorsed by President Trump in the race for governor. Fox 5's Deidre Dukes is at his campaign watch party in Jackson. Deidre.
Yeah, very close race in polling numbers, as you said, Christine. As you can hear behind me right now, we've had several state lawmakers, local politicians taking to the stage as the program got underway here just about around 7:15. Now, this room is filled with supporters, family member, friends. Jones grew up here. He grew up in Jackson. And a lot of these people in the room, they have said that they grew up alongside him, his family. His family goes back generations. And so they say they know the person he is. They are saying here tonight that he is a man of integrity. They say that this race is literally a race, in their words, for the soul of Georgia. They say that he is battle tested and that he will be, they say, the 84th governor of the state of Georgia. They, of course, hope to win outright tonight. I'd imagine that the folks in his campaign, they have, just as you mentioned, monitoring those numbers closely, seeing those very early numbers, as you have said, and I heard Denise speak as well. It's very early in the night, but you have to imagine that it's always great news for a candidate, even when we get these results coming in early that their candidate is ahead early in the afternoon, evening. And so that's certainly good news for those who are here in the room right now. We also did see Burt Jones make his way through here about 15, 20 minutes ago. I'm not sure, not certain, as people could not tell me if he's actually going to address the group, take the stage here right now early in the evening. But certainly he's taken his time. He made a point to stop and talk to everyone who approached him as he made his way here through the room. Now, he will be here throughout the evening, we're told, with his family, friends, some supporters watching those returns come in, and it is expected at some point, if he doesn't do it early in the evening right now, at some point as we get a better idea of how this race is shaping up, Christine, we do expect that he'll come out here, take to the stage, and address the crowd here tonight. But as you can hear behind me, and I think actually Burt Jones. Okay, well, they're very excited. Not sure if Burt Jones is about to take the stage, but we can tell you, as you can hear, this crowd is very excited here tonight, Christine.
Yeah, we have a live ticker there in the bottom corner of our screen showing this race for governor so far on the Republican side. Still neck and neck between Burt Jones and Rick Jackson. As soon as you get a sighting, Deidre, let us know. Let's go to Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger's campaign. He's been third in the polling leading up to the Republican primary today. He has been closing in on second place, but right now in a distant third. Let's go to Doug Evans, who is in Atlanta at Raffensperger's watch party. Doug, again, I guess the message right now still very much early, but what is the feeling there at Raffensperger's campaign?
Hey, Christine, we're at the Renaissance Waverly Hotel in Cobb County right now. As I look around, there's more media than there are attendees in the room, but that's not that unusual. The doors just opened here about 35 minutes ago. And so they are enthusiastic about the late surge in polling for Brad Raffensperger, closing in on Burt Jones, who's in the second place, within 6 percentage points. They hope that that momentum carries them through today as well, and they get one of those coveted spots in a runoff this summer. We'll see about that. Brad Raffensperger was down here just a short time ago, kind of looking over the room and the facilities here where he and his team and his supporters will be watching the numbers tonight. He was very relaxed, but that's Brad Raffensperger. He's always kind of relaxed, and he certainly was when I got a chance to talk with him and his wife, Tricia. We talked about the 2022 election that I covered back then when he was running for his second term of Secretary of State. And so this is a very cozy room. It is not the big facilities that you've seen for Rick Jackson and also Burt Jones on Fox Local just a few minutes ago with Deidre Dukes and Denise Dillon. This is a room the size that they will fill tonight with his supporters, and they say it's a very close-knit group and a fun group. They've described themselves, so they'll be filing in here shortly to look over the evening and to look over these numbers and watch what happens for Brad Raffensperger tonight.
Yeah, Doug, and as you mentioned earlier, he's got his hands in two pots right now, playing Secretary of State and making sure these elections are run smoothly today, and as a candidate for governor. So, Doug, thanks so much for the update from the Raffensperger campaign. Now to our first check on the other side of the ticket with the Democratic gubernatorial primary. As we've been showing you, Keisha Lance Bottoms right now with a sizable lead, with 64% of the vote. Michael Thurman and Jason Estevez sharing 11% right now. Jeff Duncan in the single digits at 8%. Very early in this vote count on the Democratic side. She has maintained, though, this lead up to polling today. And as the results are coming in, of course, Keisha Lance Bottoms, the former mayor of Atlanta. Our Angelique Proctor is at her watch party with more details. Angelique, you had a chance to interact with Lance Bottoms here earlier in the night. What's the feeling there with her campaign?
Good afternoon to you, Christine. You know, Keisha Lance Bottoms says she is very confident. She is feeling good about this campaign that she has run for some 1 year now. She said she put a whole lot into it, and she really is very confident that she's going to get a lot out. And she told us that she hopes that she can win outright tonight. Now, the ballroom doors are already open. No doubt you can hear the music behind me. This watch party is certainly underway. They have not talked about any numbers here yet, but I heard the numbers that you shared in the beginning of the stream, and they are certainly very, very encouraging for Keisha. Perhaps could she do this without a runoff? And she said to me that that is what she is hoping. Of course, she's got a very well-known name, great name recognition, being the 60th mayor of Atlanta, also working for the Biden administration. And she said she spent her day-to-day working the phones here. There was a phone bank downstairs. They worked all the way up until 7 o'clock. They say they don't take anybody for granted. They were fighting for every vote in this state. Bottoms tells us that she's gone around and talked to a lot of people. They've been talking about a lot of tabletop issues that she says are very important, and issues that she believes are driving this record turnout that we have seen today in the primary.
There are so many issues. Even before gas prices went up, the conversation around the cost of living. People are really concerned about those kitchen table issues. People are deeply concerned about the instability that Donald Trump has brought, not just to the state, but across this country. Expansion of Medicaid is this perennial issue, lack of access to health care, concerns around literacy. I mean, I don't think there's any one issue. I think it's all the things combined. And, you know, we say each election is the most important election, but the stakes are pretty high this year.
And Bottoms says she is confident that she can win in November. So clearly there is optimism in this room and on this campaign, and we will continue to watch all of the developments as the night progresses.
certainly have a reason right now to be optimistic with such a sizable lead. Angelique, we'll keep watching those numbers. Thanks so much. Former DeKalb County CEO Michael Thurmond has had a stronghold in second place in Democratic polling. Again, right now, tied for second in the Democratic primary as these early results are coming in. So let's go to our Eric Perry, who's in Decatur at his watch party. Not sure if anybody has reacted to some of these early numbers yet, Eric, but what's the feeling there at the Thurmond campaign?
The people starting to come in here. This is in DeKalb County, which is really no shock at all, as you know, he spent a lot of time sowing seeds here in DeKalb County. 2017 to 2025 is when he was the CEO here. He also served as the school superintendent as well. Some other notable achievements there: Georgia Labor Commissioner 99 to 2011, and also the Georgia House of Representatives District 67 for a number of years as well. So he's running on affordability, healthcare, access, education, lowering the political division. He says that he'll be a candidate for both sides as well, and working families. He also says that he believes that he will be able to really work on both sides of the aisle as they're working together to move the needle forward here. So right now we're in the downtown Decatur as they're really starting to trickle in here. You hear the DJ playing, they have the polling numbers coming in, and I'm told that Michael Thurmond will be here shortly, and we'll hope to get a one-on-one with him. So when that happens, we'll be sure to bring it to you here on the stream, Christine.
Not a bad selection there on the ones and twos behind you, Eric. But we'll check back in with you here with more from the Thurmond campaign. All right, State Senator Jason Estevez, another Democratic primary candidate, making a push. He is, again, tied for second right now with Michael Thurmond in some of these early numbers. Our Larry Spruill is in Atlanta at his election night headquarters. Larry?
Good evening, Christine. We are here in Northwest Atlanta where the crowd, his supporters, they are showing up slowly but surely. Those doors just opened up inside. People are also outside here as well. Now, many people already knew. They said that they were expecting Jason Estevez to reach a second place finish or a second place outcome into that what they believe will be a runoff with former Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms. Now, I spoke with several of his supporters, and they tell me that he is the only candidate in this race with upward momentum, a robust paid media operation, and the grassroots organization needed to secure the runoff spot against Keisha Lance Bottoms. I also spoke with State Senator Rashawn Kemp, another supporter of Jason Estevez. Take a listen.
Yeah, look, I've worked alongside Jason in the state Senate, and I've seen someone that is very smart, comes with very strong policies, and also knows how to work across the aisle. And that's what we need in the next leader, and also someone that is going to attract younger folks into the policy-making decision.
And I spoke to a lot of his supporters, including Rashawn Kemp, and they mentioned that this entire race that Jason Estevez probably was being considered the underdog, but he is literally the definition of starting from the bottom. And now we're here with the early incoming votes right now sitting at second place. They are expecting, again, this to go into a runoff with former Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms. We are live in Northwest Atlanta tonight. I'm Larry Spruill.
Yeah,
Fox 5
that
News.
Second place spot is certainly crucial. However, if anybody gets more than 50% of the votes, then the race is determined tonight. We'll see how those numbers change as more votes come in. Larry, thanks so much. Former Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan has also been polling in fourth place right now with 8% of the vote as these early numbers are coming in. Duncan previously served, you remember, as Lieutenant Governor as a Republican, but has since switched parties. Our Christopher King is in Buckhead at his watch party tonight. Christopher, what's the feeling there? Jeff Duncan in the single digits so far.
Well, Christine, we're going to get a pulse on what the people are saying here pretty soon. But right now, take a look over here. It's getting busy here at Fidel Irish Pub in Buckhead. Supporters are coming in. tonight. This is the primary night headquarters for Jeff Duncan, and tonight will be a test for Duncan. He's a former lieutenant governor. Duncan defied President Donald Trump. Duncan was a former Republican. He was one of the few members of the GOP to speak out against President Trump's attempt to overturn his 2020 loss. He switched parties and became a Democrat. The former lieutenant governor is trying to persuade Democratic voters they can trust him. He used to oppose abortion rights, gun control, and expanding Georgia's Medicaid program. We talked with his spokesperson for Duncan about what he is doing to try to win over skeptical Democrats. Take a listen.
Jeff's got it one step harder than everybody else. He's not just earning votes, he's earning trust. And so the way he's doing that is going all across the state, meeting 11 million Georgians where they're at. And what we find is people aren't asking him, oh, you used to be a Republican. They're asking him, can you win? And can you win in November and beat whatever Republican comes out of the primary?
Now, Duncan does have a steep hill to climb. As you mentioned before, he is running in the single digits, so it's not looking all that great for him, but we are told that he's going to be coming out and speaking at some point this evening. When he does, we'll bring that to you. We're live in Buckhead. Christopher King, Fox 5 News.
All right, Christopher, thanks so much. All right, we got so much to talk about with these early numbers coming in. So let's get to two of the guys on our Fox 5 political panel. You recognize them from the Georgia gang, Theron Johnson and Phil Kent. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here.
Thank you.
We'll start with you, Theron. What do you think? Some of these early numbers, surprised to see such a huge lead right now for Keisha Lance Bottoms, or no?
Well, what you're seeing is, I think, a lot of the early vote numbers that are coming in some of these rural counties.
Yeah.
We last checked, I think Cherokee County was the one county that was in the metro area. And I do believe that a lot of people went out early and voted for her because of name recognition. I think you'll see some of these other counties start to close. And then, of course, we're going to look at what happens on Election Day. And then also absentee ballots will play a big role in these early numbers.
And these in second place is Michael Thurman and Jason Estevez, right now polling at 11%. Any feeling on one of those two jumping ahead of the other? Who has a better chance?
Well, it's what you just reported. I mean, Michael Thurman has been the consistent number 2 in all of the polling. He's got a statewide organization. He has to do well in DeKalb and Clark County and places like that. But Jason Estevez has run a pretty full, comprehensive campaign with a last-minute surge of spending. So we'll see if it pays off for one of those gentlemen.
All right, on the Republican side, it's a little bit more competitive. Again, these numbers are pretty early, but Rick Jackson and Burt Jones right now almost neck and neck. Phil, on the Republican side, what are your early thoughts and reactions to some of the numbers you're seeing there?
Well, not surprising with the rural vote coming in Republican primaries, they're one right above I-20. That's where the majority of the Republican votes are going to be. So we'll be watching the numbers there tonight. And I think that obviously Rick Jackson has run a lot of negative advertising against Burt Jones, but Burt Jones, the lieutenant governor, has withstood them and actually has moved up in the polling. Insider Advantage polling just the other day had them pretty much neck and neck. And so, again, I think that there's not going to be much traction between the other two minor candidates, Raffensperger and Carr. So I think we're looking at a runoff between Jackson and Jones.
Yeah, we had a good bit of undecideds in our Insider Advantage poll. We'll see maybe if that is going to have an impact as more results are coming in tonight. Phil and Theron, thanks so much for your analysis. Fox 5 is your election results destination. We'll have the results of all the races as they come in. Everything you need to know will be broken down by location, and you'll be able to find it all at fox5atlanta.com. And of course, we'll continue to stream here on Fox Local as well. Here's a look at the Republican Senate primary results. That's also a big race that we're watching as these Republican nominees are trying to unseat incumbent Senator Jon Ossoff. Right now, Mike Collins with 42% of the vote. Derek Dooley and Buddy Carter neck and neck in second place with 28 and 26% respectively. John McCollum at 3%. Right now, 15% of the precincts are reporting. So interesting look at this race. If it were to end at this moment, this would also go to a runoff. We'll see if the numbers change significantly as more votes come in. We'll be right back after this. they come in. Now let's go to the U.S. Senate Republican primary as these candidates are trying to unseat incumbent Jon Ossoff. Right now, Mike Collins has the lead with 42% of the vote. Derek Dooley and Buddy Carter neck and neck at the moment. Looks like only about 300 votes separate these two candidates. So they are looking to get that coveted second place spot to potentially move to a runoff. John McCollum still in the single digits at 3%. And we just had a few more precinct numbers come in. Now we're at 18% of the votes counted. A closer look at this particular race now. Whoever, again, wins this race will be up against incumbent Senator Jon Ossoff. So let's start with Representative Mike Collins. We are at his campaign. He has been polling in the lead so far, and the numbers right now bearing out for him. Rob DiRienzo is with the Collins campaign in Jackson with more details. Rob?
Hey, good evening to you. There's definitely a sense of optimism here in the room at the Carmichael House. We're in Jackson, which is Collins' hometown. I just want to show you the room right now. It's been open for about an hour now. We still have not yet seen the congressman, but as you mentioned, Christine, with his early lead, a lot of people are feeling pretty optimistic in this room, but at the same time, there's that sense that it's playing out exactly as a lot of people, especially party officials around here, anticipated. It's pretty close. You got Collins on top, but still that margin of error where it seems like a runoff could be pretty likely. But again, there is a pretty good sense of optimism around here. Collins, of course, is trying to make the play for the MAGA base, as is Buddy Carter. So it's going to be interesting to see what the MAGA base does tonight. But again, things are getting underway right now. We're going to continue to talk to folks and hopefully see the congressman pretty soon. Back to you.
All right. Yeah, 30,000 votes separate Mike Collins right now from Buddy Carter. So we'll see how the numbers change as more votes are counted. Rob, thanks so much. Former football coach Derek Dooley has also surged into second place leading up to today's primary in the race for that Republican Senate nomination. So let's go to Tara Jabor, who's at his watch party in Cobb County. Derek Dooley tied for second right now. Tara, what's the feeling there at his campaign watch party?
Yeah, Christine, we're here at Park Bench, and it's a very upbeat atmosphere here. As you can see, this room is starting to fill up. There's really within the last half hour, a lot of people came. Now, Dooley, of course, is backed by Governor Brian Kemp. We've heard from Dooley over and over again that he is a political outsider. And Dooley is known, of course, as a former football coach and lawyer. He says that his campaign is about the people of Georgia. Now, we are expecting to see Dooley here soon. We'll, of course, keep you updated as the night goes on and these results come in. But for now, reporting live in Cobb County, Tara Jabor, Fox 5 News.
All right. Thanks so much, Tara. Tied for second is Congressman Buddy Carter. Right now, he, again, not far behind Derek Dooley, only about 300 votes separate the two. Our Tyler Fingert is at his watch party in Sandy Springs. I'm sure Buddy Carter would love to jump to second place and solidify that spot for a runoff, Tyler.
Yeah, Christine, good evening to you. That's exactly right. I actually just heard from Buddy Carter just a short time ago here at his watch party. He arrived just a few minutes ago here at the Hudson Grill in Sandy Springs. If you take a look over here, about a dozen or so of his supporters are in the house here, and they'll be watching results throughout the evening as we start seeing more and more of the votes come in. There's a lot of attention on this race, as you've heard, to see who will be the Republican nominee for U.S. Senate to take on Democratic Senator Jon Ossoff in November. Buddy Carter is a Republican congressman from coastal Georgia. He spent this campaign positioning himself as a Trump-aligned conservative who could both win a primary and defeat Senator Ossoff in November. We talked to him about basically how he's feeling. He says that he feels confident that he will get the votes to be able to be in that runoff. He says that is going to be a likely scenario today. He's also telling folks who are in line, his supporters, that they should stay in line, especially since we've seen a number of polls both in Cobb and also here in Fulton that are remaining open past that 7 p.m. deadline. So he's telling folks to remain in line, and he is hoping that he will be able to squeeze out the votes he needs to be in that runoff next month. We're live in Sandy Springs. Tyler Fingert, Fox 5 News.
All right, Tyler, thanks so much. Now, this is just the beginning of our election night coverage. We will be right back with much more streaming here on Fox Local coming up.
From Fox 5 News in Atlanta, you're watching live coverage of Election Night in Georgia.
On Fox Local, we appreciate you streaming with us this evening. I'm Buck Lanford. We have reporters standing by at the watch parties for all of the major candidates. Polls closed for the most part about an hour ago. We're going to take a look now at the very, very early results that are coming in. Let's start with the gubernatorial primary race on the Republican side. You can see Burt Jones with a slight lead over Rick Jackson right now. That's kind of gone back and forth a little bit early on in this evening, 36.2% to 35.1%. Brad Raffensperger, Secretary of State, at 15%, and Chris Carr at 11%. Now, on the other side, in the Democratic gubernatorial primary, Keisha Lance Bottoms, not a big surprise here to many. 61% appears to be running away with this thing early on. Michael Thurman, of course, a long time, been in politics for a long time in this state. He's at 14%. Jason Estevez also at 14%. And the former Republican, Jeff Duncan, is at 7%. Now, in a couple of Metro Atlanta's largest counties, 12 voting precincts do remain open past the 7 o'clock deadline. One in Fulton County is still open. That is the Ison Springs Elementary polling place. It'll be open until about 11 o'clock. All right, we're going to begin tonight with billionaire Rick Jackson, who has been solidly polling in the lead and for the Republican race for governor. He has campaigned as a political outsider who can actually make things happen in Washington. And our Denise Dillon is at the Battery at Jackson's watch party. Denise, it's very early, but we've seen the lead kind of go back and forth just by a percentage point either way at this point.
Yeah, and let me tell you, the people in this room, all of these Rick Jackson supporters here in the ballroom at the Omni, constantly seen checking their phones as the numbers come in. But like you say, it is so early. I have a feeling they're going to be watching these numbers all night long. As for Rick Jackson, I'm told he is on his way over here. He spent the day at home after a very hectic last few days, crisscrossing the state. He had 6 events that he attended all over the state yesterday. And he's basically been on the go since February when he first announced his plans to run for governor. Now, this was all new to him. Remember, he is not a politician. He is a businessman. And just a while ago, I talked to his spokesperson who said he wants to take those business skills that he has learned over the years to the state capitol.
Success in business has allowed him the resources to communicate directly with voters. So he's been able to do something that very few can do, and that is to be able to put the money that you need to talk to 11 million Georgians in a very short period of time.
And as we all know at this point, Jackson is a billionaire. He has spent tens of millions of dollars of his own money on this campaign. He says he's doing it because he wants to be governor for the simple reason he wants to help Georgians. And if it comes to spending even more money, if it comes to a runoff, well, he says it's certainly worth it. And by the way, that is what many are expecting here tonight, that it could go to that runoff. Reporting live, Denise Dillon, Fox 5 News.
Yeah, a long way to go tonight, but certainly very tight right now and looking like it is setting up to potentially be a runoff. Denise, thank you. Now to Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones. He had a solid hold in second place in the polling so far. He's the candidate with the endorsement of President Trump in this race. So let's now go to Deidre Dukes, who's at his campaign watch party in Jackson. Deidre, what's the mood there?
Hey, Buck, well, you said it. That's right. Burt Jones has the full endorsement of President Trump. We've heard those campaign ads running for several months now. And as a program got underway here at around 7:15 this evening, just a short program right off the top, monitors on the monitors there. We saw a video with President Trump talking about Burt Jones, his endorsement of Jones. And then we went into a program where we heard from several local and state lawmakers speaking to Burt Jones' character. Many of them actually grew up here in Jackson with Burt Jones, have known Burt Jones and his family for years. His family goes back generations here. And so the people that you see in the room here, they have told us, and we've heard from those who spoke during the program today that they are more than just supporters. They say many of them are considered part of the family and friends, and they are in full support of their candidate, saying that they are calling it that he will be the 84th governor of Georgia. Of course, they are hoping that victory will come tonight. But as you have mentioned, and we've seen early in, as those numbers come in here, very early results in, but still running neck and neck, Jones and Rick Jackson right now. And it has indeed been a very contentious race, as you know, Buck, between the two men. As Denise mentioned, Rick Jackson getting into this race just some months out, whereas early in, Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones, it was known that he was going to run for governor, and when the polling initially started before Rick Jackson entered the race, the lieutenant governor was far and away in polling, definitely in the lead there. But once Rick Jackson entered the race and those ads started, we saw the negative campaigning on both sides. That really kind of just upended this race, and now we see where it is now with the two men running neck and neck. As we went into election night, entered into, the election day rather, we did see it with polling, Rick Jackson with a very slight lead over Burt Jones. But, at least out in this area, of course, as you drive around, you see the signs for Burt Jones all over. I talked to someone here who's not with the campaign who also said as he was driving through here to actually do some work here that he was surprised by just the number of signs that he saw for Burt Jones. And so it's going to be very interesting as this night plays out, how those numbers play out as the evening wears on. But
yeah, certainly at this point it's kind of playing out like most people expected, but as we mentioned, we do have a long way to go before this night is over. All right, Deidre, thank you for that. Let's check the Democratic side in the gubernatorial primary. As you can see, Keisha Lance Bottoms with 61% of the vote. Michael Thurmond with a narrow lead over Jason Estevez, 14% to 13%, and the former Republican Jeff Duncan is at 7%. Let's check in on the Democratic primary for governor now. Keisha Lance Bottoms, as we said, has a big lead. She's the former mayor of Atlanta, as most people know. Angelique Proctor is at her watch party in Atlanta. Angelique, what is the mood there? Is this kind of what they expected, how they expected this night to go?
Well, the mood here, Buck, is high energy. Keisha Lance Bottoms said she was confident. She was expected to make the runoff, but now the question is, can she win this outright? She has well over 50%. Can she hold on to it as all of these other counties come in? Take a look here in the ballroom. You can see lots of people starting to come in now. They all want to hear from the candidate, Keisha Lance Bottoms, the 60th mayor of Atlanta and the senior advisor to the Biden White House. She spent the evening today, this afternoon, actually working the phones, a phone bank with volunteers, trying to get every vote that she could. She says she's really traveled this entire state, running on standing up to President Trump and trying to fix the many problems that she believes the president's policies have created, issues that she says are driving this record voter turnout that we are seeing today. Bottoms tells me tonight she is optimistic.
I am feeling as confident as I can feel until the votes are counted. And I say that just because we've left it all on the field. We have given our all over the past year, working to earn votes of people across the state. And we aren't taking anybody for granted. But what has happened as we moved across the state is the faces are the fuel for me. I'm able to put faces with the fight.
And Bottoms says she believes she can win in November. We will keep watching these numbers and see what the primary numbers tell. Buck?
She certainly has a lot to be optimistic about right now with 61% of the vote. Angelique, thank you. Former DeKalb County CEO Michael Thurmond has had a stronghold on second place in the Democratic primary polling. He was also the superintendent of DeKalb County Schools. Our Eric Perry is in Decatur at his watch party. Eric, he is in second, slightly ahead of Jason Estevez, but trailing Lance Bottoms considerably, at least at this point. But I guess the mood there is it's still early.
Yeah, they are still early here. People are still optimistic. The music is going and everything. I'm going to move out of the way and show you as people are starting to come in. We've been here since 2 o'clock. It was just myself, Botog, and the chairs in here. And now the mood has changed significantly there. As you mentioned, he was the CEO of DeKalb County before Lorraine Cochran Johnson, 2017 to 2025. He also served on the Georgia Labor Commissioner. He spent time as the DeKalb County Superintendent, also director of the Georgia's Division of Family and Children's Services and Georgia House of Representatives. So that long resume is what he is hoping will propel him to the governor's position here, saying that he has a record. During his time there, he says he wants to focus, if elected, on emphasizing affordability. He wants to focus on the health care access, education. You know, he spent time as the superintendent and also lowering that political divide. He also believes that he will be the candidate that will be able to be between the Democrats and Republicans and to work between the aisles and going the other side there to get things done here in the state of Georgia. Now, as CEO, he also took it from a deficit to a surplus, and so he says he has the leadership skills and the people skills, and he knows so many people, he says, that he should be able to lead the state, he says, in the right direction. We are waiting for him to come. He will talk one-on-one with us, of course, Buck. When that happens, we'll be sure to let you know as more and more people are starting to flood in, as those numbers are trickling in as well. But still, a lot of optimism. We know Keisha Lance Bottoms, a lot of people I talk to say they see the lead, but they're hoping that they will be able to catch up as well.
Yeah, certainly not a name recognition with Michael Thurmond, and a guy with a long resume, as you mentioned. Look forward to hearing what he has to say a little bit later. Eric, thank you. Well, State Senator Jason Estevez has made a push into third place in the polling. He is campaigning on cutting the cost of living and expanding health care access. Our Larry Spruill is in Atlanta with him. Larry, take it away.
Hey, this is Buck Lanford.
But surely coming in, they're sitting there and they are waiting for Jason Estevez to arrive here any minute. Now, many of his supporters believe that this race will still go into a runoff in spite of the large lead by former Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, and that's because they say that Jason Estevez is the only candidate in this race with upward momentum, a robust paid media operation, and the grassroots organization needed to secure the runoff against Keisha Lance Bottoms. Now, I spoke with State Senator Rashawn Kemp. He tells me that Estevez is the man for the job.
This is an exciting time, and I feel like he is the perfect candidate to usher in a new sense of leadership in the state.
And again, they are still hopeful that Jason Estevez will continue to rise in the polling numbers as those polls as the polls close and the ballots are continuing to be counted. Again, they are strongly believing that this will go into a runoff, and Jason Estevez will be the second man in that runoff running against former Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms. We're live in Northwest Atlanta tonight. I'm Larry Spruill, Fox 5 News.
Well, right now, Larry, he is 1% behind Michael Thurmond, so the two of them battling for that second place if they can make some inroads there on Keisha Lance Bottoms to try to force that runoff. Thank you, Larry. Well, former Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan is close behind in the polling for Democratic candidate for governor. He was in his role as Lieutenant Governor as a Republican, but has switched affiliations. Senator Christopher King is in Buckhead at his watch party. Christopher, I'm curious what they're saying there.
Well, Buck, Jeff Duncan just showed up moments ago here at Fidel Irish Pub. Duncan is way behind in the polls, but the mood here is surprisingly upbeat at his watch party. Tonight will be a test for Duncan. He's the former lieutenant governor. Duncan defied President Donald Trump. Duncan was a former Republican. Duncan was one of the few members of the GOP to speak out against President Trump's attempt to overturn his 2020 loss. He switched parties and became a Democrat. The former lieutenant governor is trying to persuade Democratic voters they can trust him. We talked with the former head of the Georgia NAACP. Take a listen.
I think, what we're watching right now is the night is still young. We still have a lot of room to go in terms of ensuring that every single ballot is counted. The numbers are, it's surprising to me to see some of the returns, not even just in the governor's race, but all across the board. But in terms of Jeff Duncan's campaign, I am very proud of the former lieutenant governor for all he's done in this race. I still support him, and I want to see him to be the next governor.
Again, Duncan is a relative newcomer to the Democratic Party. He has spent the past year apologizing for his Republican past. He says he's the only Democrat who can win over enough moderate voters. Now, Duncan does have a steep hill decline. As you have seen, he is polling in the single digits, way behind in fourth place. We'll see what the night has to offer. We are live in Buckhead. Christopher King, Fox 5 News.
I'm certain they're hanging their hat on the fact that it's still early and a lot yet remains to be happening as the evening progresses. Christopher, thank you. All right, let's check the results now of the Republican lieutenant governor's race. You can see this one's a little tighter than some of the other ones we've looked at. John F. Kennedy at 28%, Greg Dolezal at 22%. There's Blake Tillery not far behind at 19%, and David Clark in fourth place with 15%. Now, over on the Democratic side of the lieutenant governor's race, Josh McLaurin with 40%. A tight one here with Parks, only 38.8%. And then Richard Wright is in third with 21% of the vote there. This is a look at the Republican Senate primary results. Mike Collins at 41%. Derek Dooley in second with 28%. But look at Buddy Carter right there within a percentage point. So Derek Dooley and Buddy Carter both battling for that second position right now. And John McCollum is at 3%, polling in fourth place right now. And let's take a look now at the race for Fulton County Commission chairperson. This is Marvin Arrington. Actually, we're going to wait on some results. We're waiting to see some of those results coming in, but we'll have those for you as the show progresses. Stay with us. We'll be right back. All right, taking a look now at the Republican gubernatorial primary. You can see Burt Jones with 36.4% of the vote there. Rick Jackson not far behind at 34.5%. Those two have kind of been neck and neck the whole way so far. It is early, we know that, but it's been close so far. Brad Raffensperger at 16% and Chris Carr bringing up 12%. Now, on the Democratic side, I don't think a lot of people are surprised by this, but I did notice Keisha Lance Bottoms was at 61%. That's fallen to 60%. And Jason Estevez has jumped ahead of Michael Thurman. Those two have kind of been back and forth at 14 and 13%. Jeff Duncan, the former Republican, is in fourth place with 7%. Now, how about the Republican Senate primary? Mike Collins with the lead there, 41%, and Derek Dooley at 28%, close with Buddy Carter, only a couple of percentage points separating those two, and then John McCollum at 3%. All right, we're going to check back in with our experts now. We're going to bring in Lori Geary. Before I ask you overall about your thoughts, I want to ask you about, we were just talking about we don't have a lot of results from the metro area at this point, and that could change these things dramatically.
Absolutely. I mean, you would just mention it's early. It is way early. Usually by now we might have a dump of some of the advanced ballots, some of those early voting ballots, because counties are allowed to start counting them before the end of today. And usually we have some numbers, especially in metro Atlanta. We were seeing some of those advanced numbers from the rural counties, but really very little from some of the metro counties. I see Cherokee I checked in on, Cayuga County I checked in on, but nothing from Fulton, DeKalb, Cobb, or Clayton at this point. And those will make a huge difference, especially in that Democratic primary. Those are some of the numbers that we're watching on in the Democratic primary for governor.
And perhaps it's premature to get your thoughts, but I want to get them anyway because all those numbers still hanging out there.
Right.
But anything jump out to you so far about any of these races?
I mean, initially, if you look at the Republican race for governor, I mean, that's really shaping up to be what the polls are showing, right? And what the polls have said. I mean, it's been Rick Jackson who's been in first place in the polls, but very close with Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones kind of surging, kind of getting some momentum in the past couple of weeks. So not surprised to see that he's actually on top right now. That could change as we continue to get these numbers in, especially we're watching those numbers in maybe Forsyth County, Cherokee County, especially to see how those will look and shape up for Rick Jackson.
Let's talk about the other side with Keisha Lance Bottoms, a big lead. Yes. It's been that way since the jump. Obviously a long way to go, but
yes.
Do you think that trend holds?
I think, there was one poll that we saw from Insider Advantage that had her over the 50% plus one mark. So we've already talked about the fact that the big race was for second place. Like, will it be Jason Estevez? Will it be Michael Thurman? Or will it be Jeff Duncan? So I still see this going into a runoff because, again, we don't have those metro area numbers. That's really hugely important when it comes to a Democratic primary.
Bold move by Jeff Duncan to switch parties. How do you think that's played into this?
I think that's been really tough for him because this has been a very calm Democratic primary. The candidates have really not gone on the attack, at least on the airwaves. They might have gone on the attack in some of the forums that we've seen, but a lot of these candidates went on the attack against Jeff Duncan because those were the crucial issues in the Republican race. I mean, he was voting for, the abortion bills and he was for the gun control bills. These were highly controversial issues. So to make that flip and ask the voters to trust you in a Democratic primary, I think that's a really tough argument to make for the Democrats.
Nationally, you hear that Jon Ossoff, switching gears now to the Senate race, is maybe one of the most vulnerable senators in this election cycle. So let's talk about the Republican side of that. Any surprises to you at this point?
No surprises, because we did see Derek Dooley kind of surge and gain some momentum, in the past couple of weeks. But, this is the race that Governor Brian Kemp has put all of his money in on Derek Dooley. I mean, whenever you saw Derek Dooley out on the campaign trail, you saw Governor Brian Kemp and also First Lady Marty Kemp. I mean, they were all together. So I think that this will tell a lot, and this is what we're waiting to see. If, Governor Brian Kemp is very popular in Georgia, especially even with Democrats. So we'll just see how popular he is with Derek Dooley. Not surprised to see Mike Collins out in front. He's been out in front in the polling the whole time.
Is this, in a sense, a test of his popularity? The governor, we're talking about the current governor. And if he gets Derek Dooley over the hump, I mean, people talk about his aspirations going bigger and bigger, right?
I mean, people were wondering, was this going to be Governor Brian Kemp entering the U.S. Senate race? And when he didn't, he picked who he thought could win the race, and he's been backing Derek Dooley. And you got to know that Dooley name is really big in Georgia, especially in Athens. With his dad being Vince Dooley and also his mom Barbara. So we'll just see. But yeah, this was a big one for Governor Kemp.
All right, we got a lot more to talk about as the night progresses. We appreciate your insight there, Lord.
Absolutely.
Thank you. All right, let's check in now on the candidates in the race for the Republican nomination for Senate. We were just talking about that. Whoever wins this race will be up against Jon Ossoff. And we start with Representative Mike Collins, who has a lead in the polling so far. And our Rob DiRienzo is in Jackson. Rob, good evening.
Hey there, good evening to you. As you can see, a pretty busy scene here in the room here in Jackson. Congressman Mike Collins is in the room. He is feeling good with his early lead right now, but as you guys were talking about, there's that uncertainty about those metro counties, but he's been working the room, greeting supporters, kissing babies, the whole 9 yards. We've been trying to grab him for a couple minutes, but as you can see, he's out there and talking with supporters. Now, something that we should mention is that just across town is Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones' watch party, so we know a lot of people in this room have been going back and forth, and a lot of party leaders are feeling pretty good about tonight, but at the same time, they're saying that this is pretty close, and even if Collins comes out on top, it's still very likely he's headed to a runoff. A little while ago, I spoke with a local party leader. I want you to take a listen to that.
We've got too many good candidates for us to probably have a 50+ one for any candidate, so I imagine we're going to go do a runoff. I truly believe that Mike will be in that runoff. It's still too early to tell whether it will be Buddy or Dooley.
And again, back out here live, you can see Congressman Collins in the room greeting supporters. Again, there's that cautious optimism with that nuance that there is a likelihood, a pretty strong likelihood, especially with these early numbers we're seeing of a runoff. But the congressman is already in the room, as you can see. The drinks are being served as well as the food. So at this point, people are feeling pretty good, but still waiting on those numbers, especially, again, those Metro Atlanta numbers that we're going to be seeing later tonight. So a little bit of a wait and see, but definitely a positive and optimistic energy in the room right now. Back to you.
Wait and see kind of goes with the territory. All right, Rob DiRienzo. Thanks, Rob. Former football coach Derek Dooley has surged into second place in the polling in the race for the Republican Senate nomination. He's been endorsed by Governor Brian Kemp, and our Tara Jabor is at his watch party in Cobb County. Tara, what's the mood there?
It's a very upbeat environment here. We're here at Park Bench in Cobb County at the Battery. As you can see, Derek Dooley is now here. He got here probably about a half hour ago. He's been walking around the room, of course, chit-chatting with everyone, and he seems like he's in a very good mood. He seems very optimistic about this race. Now, Dooley, of course, is backed by Governor Brian Kemp, and we've heard from Dooley over and over again over the last few months that he's a political outsider. Dooley, of course, known as being a former football coach and a lawyer, and he says that his campaign is all about Georgia first. That's his motto. Now, he says if he becomes senator, he'll host 10 town halls, so he never loses touch with what people want here in Georgia. Let's take a listen on what he had to say just yesterday.
But if you want change, it always starts at the top with leadership. And it's time we start sending a different kind of leader up to D.C., people with common sense, people that share our values here in Georgia. But most importantly, they're going up there for the right reasons. And that's to work with others to deliver results for you. And that's always going to be my promise as your next U.S. Senator.
Now, we are expecting to hear from Dooley within the next 30 minutes. So, of course, be here all night and keep you updated as these results continue to roll in. Reporting live in Cobb County, Tara Jabor, Fox 5 News.
All right, Tara, thank you for the latest from there at Derek Dooley's headquarters. All right, Representative Buddy Carter is in third place in the polling, but not far behind, and Carter calls himself a MAGA warrior. Our Tyler Fingert is at his watch party. That's in Sandy Springs. Tyler, tell us what's going on there.
Yeah, Buck, good evening to you. We are here at the Hudson Grill in Sandy Springs at Georgia Congressman Buddy Carter's watch party. In fact, he's just off screen right here watching the results as they come in right now. About 24 or so of his supporters have joined him here tonight to watch those results. A short time ago, I spoke with Congressman Carter about how he's feeling tonight. He told us he expects this race will likely head to a runoff, but says his campaign feels, quote, very confident about its position, telling us they believe they've been, quote, surging at the right time. Carter has spent this campaign positioning himself as a conservative fighter who can both support President Trump and defeat Democratic Senator Jon Ossoff in November. Tonight, he again argued Republicans need a nominee who can win a general election while drawing contrast with his opponents. Take a listen to how he's feeling.
I will tell you, I've been very anxious, as you can well imagine, but we feel really good about where we're at. With the outpouring of support that we've gotten from people all over this great state has just been outstanding, and we just can't thank them enough for their support. And people have been getting out and voting. I think the turnout's been good, and that is good. It's one of the greatest freedoms that we have in this country, is the freedom to vote and elect our officials. So this is very important. I hope that we're going to see some really good numbers posted, and we feel real good about where we're at, probably being a runoff, but that's okay. We'll take the next step.
And back out here live again, the supporters are all out here watching the results as they come in at the Hudson Grill in Sandy Springs, and we'll be out here throughout the evening monitoring it and bringing any updates as we get it. We're live in Sandy Springs tonight. Tyler Fingert, Fox 5 News.
All right, Tyler, good stuff. Thank you. Well, the Associated Press has just declared a winner in the Republican primary for Attorney General. Robert Bryan Strickland is the winner at 71%. He has been declared the winner over William Cowsert with 29%. The AP has also called a winner in the Democratic primary for Attorney General. Tanya Miller with 85% over Bob Trammell with 15%. In a statement we just received in the Fox 5 newsroom, the current Georgia state rep said, quote, The Attorney General's office has a responsibility to protect every family, business, and community across our state, and that's why I stand ready to earn every vote over the next 6 months to be Georgia's chief defender so people and their families can have a justice system and an economy that works for them. Stay with us. We'll be right back. And welcome back to our primary election coverage streaming on Fox Local. This is a look now at the Republican gubernatorial primary. You can see Burt Jones in the lead with 36.8% of the vote. Rick Jackson not far behind with 34.5%. Those two have kind of been neck and neck all night long. Brad Raffensperger holding steady where he's been for the last bit at about 15%. Chris Carr at 11%. A lot of precincts still to report, though, so this night is very young. On the Democrat gubernatorial side, Keisha Lance Bottoms seems to be running away with it early at 60%, but you see Jason Estevez and Michael Thurman neck and neck at 14% and 13%. They've flip-flopped back and forth a couple of times throughout the night. Jeff Duncan, the Republican who switched over to the Democratic side, is at 7%. How about the Republican Senate primary? Let's take a look at those numbers. Mike Collins still in the lead there with 41%. Derek Dooley, who was endorsed by Governor Kemp, is at 28%. Buddy Carter not far behind at 27%. We just heard from him. He said he anticipates a runoff in this election. And then John McCollum is in fourth place at 3%. We began with billionaire Rick Jackson, who has been solidly in the lead for the Republican race for governor. He's campaigning as a political outsider who can actually make things happen in Washington. Our Denise Dillon is in Cobb County at Jackson's watch party. Denise, he has spent a lot of money, and my mailbox is living proof.
In your mailbox, on your TV, pretty much everywhere. Yes, he has spent a lot of money, but he is a billionaire, and he says spending it is worth it if it gets him to become governor, so then he can then help Georgians. There have been about 6 or 7 speakers here as the program got started about 20 minutes ago. Rick Jackson is expected a little bit later. I'm told he spent the day at home after a very hectic last few days. He did a fly around yesterday, making 6 campaign stops in various parts of the state. So very busy, and really he has been on the go for the last 3 months. Remember, he didn't even announce that he was running for governor until February. His campaign spokesperson said he packed a 2-year campaign into 3 months.
he's done the work. He has been out there in the state, in the counties, meeting the people of Georgia, hearing their concerns, and really learning a lot about what's happening throughout the state and coming up with ideas on how he wants to help fix those problems when he's governor.
And spokesperson Brian Robinson saying that Jackson is feeling pretty good. He is optimistic, and like the rest of us, he is thinking that this is going into a runoff. So we'll know that in a few hours.
We can certainly hear the cheers behind you. Sounds like a good, fun atmosphere there tonight, at least at this point. Denise, thank you. Now to Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones. He has had a solid hold on second place so far this evening. He's the candidate with the endorsement of President Trump in this race. So now let's go to Deidre Dukes, who's at his campaign watch party in Jackson. Deidre.
Hey, Buck, an energy high here at the watch party here for Burt Jones. Also, as you said, he has been endorsed by Trump, and of course, those here hoping that with that endorsement that it will push him over the top to avoid a runoff. Of course, with Rick Jackson entering the race, also calling himself a strong Trump supporter. We are seeing now that this is, in fact, as polls showed, looking like it's going to be a very close race, looking like at the end of the night it is a very real possibility that these two men could be headed into a runoff. Now, Burt Jones did arrive here about an hour and a half ago. He did not address the crowd from the stage, but he did take his time coming through here, meeting with those who are here, family, friends, and supporters who are gathered here to watch those election returns. And now he is kind of sequestered off with his closest staff and supporters, family and friends, watching those returns come in. We do expect that as long as it is this close and is right now where we don't really see any clear separation, perhaps Burt Jones taking the lead, as it were, something of that nature. We do not expect to see him on stage anytime soon. His staffers could not really give us a good idea of when he might come out here to address the crowd. Now, oftentimes we do, Buck, see that happen kind of midway through the evening. I know we're still early in, but it is also already 8:30. And as we know, the returns do nowadays with modern technology come in typically a lot faster, even with some of the problems we're seeing at the polls. They do come in a lot faster than, in past years. So we do expect that at some point here, we should know if in fact, there's a chance someone's going to pull out ahead of the other candidate, or if in fact, as it does appear right now, we are likely headed into a runoff, but it looks like it will most likely be these two candidates, Rick Jackson and Burt Jones. But we continue to monitor the situation here. We haven't seen a lot of reaction from the Burt Jones crowd yet as to the numbers on the screen, but again, a high energy crowd, Buck, and so I think just like everyone else out here in Georgia, as expected, we're all kind of hunkered down for what we expect is probably going to result in a runoff by the end of the night.
Yeah, a long way to go, Deidre, but certainly kind of shaping up to look like it could potentially be that runoff that a lot of people expect. Deidre, thank you. All right, how about on the Democrat gubernatorial primary? Let's check those numbers. Keisha Lance Bottoms with 60% of the vote. Jason Estevez in second place with 14%. Michael Thurmond only a percentage point behind him. They were tied at one point. They flip-flopped the lead. They've been within a percentage point of each other here for most of the night. Jeff Duncan, the former Republican, is at 7%. And former DeKalb County CEO Michael Thurmond has had a strong hold on second place, and in the primary, Democratic primary polling, second, third, really within a percentage point. He was also the superintendent of DeKalb County Schools. Eric Perry's in Decatur now at his watch party. Eric, what are they saying there?
Yeah, so of course we want the numbers to go up and up for many of the people here. I'm going to step out of the way as people are still starting to trickle in. We haven't seen Michael Thurmond just yet, but we are told that he is on his way and that he will address the crowd at some point. So as you mentioned, he has a long history with DeKalb County. That's why it's not shocking that he had his watch party here in downtown Decatur, just blocks away from where he spent about 8 years, as the DeKalb County CEO. Then before that, he also served as the DeKalb County School Superintendent. He's been the Georgia Labor Commissioner. He's worked as the Director of the Georgia Division of Children and Family Services and served in the 67th District of the House of Representatives. I say all of that because he's hoping that his laundry list of responsibilities and public service here throughout the time will serve him as governor. He's hoping that works in his favor here. So he is running on emphasizing affordability, health care, access, education, and he also says there's a political divide. He says he will be the governor to work across the aisle to be able to move legislation forward as well there. He also, while serving as the CEO in DeKalb County, he took the deficit there from a deficit to a surplus, and so he's hoping that all of those skills that he has over his lifetime will be used in the governorship. But again, so we've seen the crowd kind of coming in, still trickling in. We're still waiting for Michael Thurmond to get here. At some point, he will address the crowd since everyone is just watching those numbers. They're hoping as those numbers come in, he will continue to rise there in the polls. Buck?
All right, Eric, thanks for that. Thurmond obviously hoping for a runoff, as is State Senator Jason Estevez. He's been back and forth between second and third place within a percentage point of Michael Thurmond for most of the night. He's campaigning on cutting the cost of living and expanding health care access. And our Larry Spruill is in Atlanta with him. Larry, what are they saying there?
Yeah, guys, so just a few minutes ago, the crowd really went wild as those results start coming in that Jason Estevez is now in that second place. Now, that is the seat or the hopeful for this entire night. Just take a look at the crowd. People are piling in at this very moment here in Northwest Atlanta as they are anticipating the arrival of Jason Estevez any minute now. Now, former State Senator Jason Estevez is one of the many Democratic candidates in the race for governor. Estevez and his team tell me they are hopeful that the second place will stick and they will have a runoff between former Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms. Now, I spoke with his team and supporters, including Georgia State Senator Rashawn Kemp. He tells me he is the man for the job.
I think Jason is peaking at the right time. To use a sports analogy, you want your teams to peak at the right time, and he is peaking at the exact time that he needs to, bringing in young voters, bringing in the excitement that we need to carry this party for the state Democratic Party. And I believe that he's the right candidate at the right time to go against our former mayor.
And again, they are hopeful that he will continue to bring in those younger voters as well. Now, there's still a lot of polls, a lot of votes to be counted, but as of right now, they are very hopeful and very glad that he is in that second place. Although, yes, former Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, she does have an extensive lead, but they are still hopeful and believing that this race will still go into a runoff. As of right now, we shall wait and see. We are live in Northwest Atlanta tonight. I'm Larry Spruill, Fox 5 News.
We'll all find out together. All right, Larry, thank you. Let's check in on the Democrat primary for governor. Keisha Lance Bottoms has had a big lead in the polling so far. She's the former mayor of Atlanta. Angelique Proctor is at her watch party in Atlanta. And Angelique, as you look at these numbers with Michael Thurmond and Jason Estevez polling neck and neck, flip-flopping back and forth, perhaps that plays into her favor. They may cancel each other out, and she could hold on to that more than 50%. What's the mood there?
And Buck, that is the hope. This crowd is really becoming electric. A lot of people saying to me tonight, I told you so. They saying they believed in Keisha Lance Bottoms, and boy, have the voters delivered for her statewide. 60% of the vote right now, with over 100 of the counties reporting. Bottoms was always expected to make the runoff, but right now everybody is believing that she can do it outright. She told me earlier today that she was feeling confident. She came in as the 60th mayor and working as the senior advisor in the Biden White House. She started talking to volunteers and making phone calls, humbled herself immediately and called at least 10 to 12 voters just this afternoon. She says she was not taking anything for granted. She says she's traveled the state and talked to a whole lot of people about the issues that she says she believes are driving everybody to go to the polls and vote today.
There are so many issues. Even before gas prices went up, the conversation around the cost of living. People are really concerned about those kitchen table issues. People are deeply concerned about the instability that Donald Trump has brought not just to the state, but across this country. Expansion of Medicaid is this perennial issue, lack of access to health care, concerns around literacy. I mean, I don't think there's any one issue. I think it's all the things combined. And, you know, we say each election is the most important election, but the stakes are pretty high this year.
Now, Bottoms' husband is here, Derek Bottoms, in the crowd. This crowd is ready to hear from the candidate. We're not sure when she will come down, but no doubt she is feeling pretty good, Buck.
Yeah, she grabbed a big lead early, and so far she's been able to hold on to that. Angelique Proctor, thank you. Well, how about this? The AP just declared that the Republican governor's race will head to a runoff. Right now, it is Burt Jones with 37.2%, Rick Jackson with 34.5% of the vote. Those two are headed to a runoff. That's according to the AP, and that is with 35% of the votes counted at this time. Burt Jones and Rick Jackson will face off in that runoff on June 16th. How about the results of the Republican Secretary of State race? You can see Tim Fleming with 39% of the vote, Vernon Jones, former DeKalb County CEO, at 28%, Kelvin King at 16%, and Gabe Sterling is in fourth place at 12%. And the Democrat Secretary of State's race, Penny Reynolds, with 43%. She leads Dana Barrett, who has 34%, Cam Ashling at 12%, and Adrian Consinari is at 10%. The U.S. House District 3 race, it is Mara Keller with 61% of the vote over George Johnson right now with 39%. We have a whole lot more to count and to report, and a long night ahead. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We appreciate you live streaming with us on Fox Local Night. We're checking on the candidates in the race for the Republican nomination for Senate. Whoever wins this race will be up against John Ossoff. We're going to start with Representative Mike Collins, or I believe Buddy Carter speaking right now. Are we going to listen to what Buddy Carter has to say?
Rally and how successful that's been. That's where people hang their hat. That's where they know that what they've got in me already.
So we talked to several voters today, Republican voters, who said that they went into the ballot booth, covered their eyes, and just pushed a name on the ballot. Some other folks who said they didn't vote in the Republican Senate primary, they just looked at the governor's race and some other things. What do you say to those folks who don't seem to know much about the Senate race?
Well, I tell you what, they've got between now and November to learn about me, Mike Collins, because I sure would love to have their vote in November to make sure that we change that seat.
Do they need to learn about you, or you need to do something else?
We'll get out there. We'll make sure that that they understand who we are. At the end of the day, when the general election gets here, it'll be a new day for getting our message out. So we'll get it there to them.
Perfect. Thank y'all.
Guys, you were just hearing Congressman Mike Collins. He's live in the room right now. He's addressing supporters, also just addressed the media a moment ago. The Congressman is feeling very confident at this point in the night. It is still too early to tell what exactly is going to happen, but he seems pretty confident that this thing is headed towards a runoff, but he's already positioning himself as the best Republican to take on Democrat Senator Jon Ossoff come November. So he's already kind of positioning himself for the general election, but we could very likely at this point have another round of voting if we don't get that 50+1 at the end of the night. So back to you guys.
You heard the confidence in his voice. They've got between now and November to learn about Mike Collins. Rob DiRienzo, thank you. All right, let's check the results of the Republican governor's race. The primary there, Burt Jones, 37%, Rick Jackson, 34.6%. The AP has declared this race has ended in a runoff, or it will result in a runoff, which will take place on June 16th between those two, Burt Jones and Rick Jackson. Brad Raffensperger at 15%. Chris Carr is at 11%. Now, the Democrat governor primary, Keisha Lance Bottoms continues to lead with 60%. She's grabbed an early lead and has held on to that for all of the night so far. Still a long way to go with 38% of the votes being counted. Jason Estevez and Michael Thurman. This is kind of the race within the race right now. These two have gone back and forth throughout much of the night. 14%, 13%. They've been in second and third, flip-flopping back and forth. Both of these gentlemen hoping that they can get enough votes to force a runoff against Keisha Lance Bottoms. And then Jeff Duncan, the former Republican, is in fourth place with 7%. Let's talk about the Republican Senate primary. Mike Collins, who we just heard from, is at 41% of the vote. He is leading the way over Derek Dooley and Buddy Carter. A similar situation here. You look at Derek Dooley and Buddy Carter both kind of battling it out. It's been pretty close through most of the night between those two. It looks like there's a good chance this one could result in a runoff as well. We will find out as the night progresses. Former football coach Derek Dooley, who we just mentioned, has surged into second place, battling second and third. He's in second right now in the polling in the race for the Republican Senate nomination. He's been endorsed by Governor Brian Kemp. Our Tara Jabor is at his watch party in Cobb County. Tara, good evening.
Good evening. That's right. We're here at Park Bench at the Battery. This, of course, is where Derek Dooley's watch party is. We just saw him here about 20 minutes ago. He was very upbeat, happy, talking with a lot of people. Of course, this room is packed with people waiting for these results to keep on trickling in. Now, Barbara Dooley is here. That's, of course, his mother. There's also a lot of campaign staffers, friends, and family who are all here for Derek Dooley. Now, Dooley is, of course, backed by Governor Brian Kemp, and we've heard from him over and over again that he wants to be the senator for the people of Georgia. He prides himself on being a political outsider. Of course, he is known as being a football coach and a lawyer. Now, Dooley says that if he becomes senator, that he will hold 10 town halls so that he will always keep the people of Georgia first in mind. Now, Dooley did leave here probably just about 10 minutes ago. Of course, he is expected to come back and have a speech. We'll keep you updated as the night goes on. But for now, reporting live in Cobb County, Tara Jabor, Fox 5 News.
Yeah, certainly a lot of name recognition with the Dooley name, and the endorsement of the governor has propelled him into second place right now. Tara, thank you. Representative Buddy Carter is in third place in the polling, but not far behind. Carter calls himself a MAGA warrior. Our Tyler Fingert is at his watch party in Sandy Springs. Tyler, it would seem that that Buddy Carter's hoping for a runoff.
Yeah, Buck, good evening to you. That is exactly right. There's a lot of optimism in this room right now that Georgia Congressman Buddy Carter is able to pull off getting ahead and be able to get into that runoff, which is appearing likely at this point. Take a look. They're about people here, and Buddy Carter is also sitting right next to our camera here watching the results as they come in right now. Congressman Carter says he expects this race will likely head to a runoff, and he's hoping he'll be in it. He says his campaign feels, quote, very confident about its position, and he told me a short time ago that they believe that they are, quote, surging at the right time. Carter has spent this campaign positioning himself as a conservative fighter who can both support President Donald Trump and defeat Democratic Senator Jon Ossoff in November. Tonight, he again argued Republicans need a nominee who can win a general election while drawing contrasts with his opponents. And Carter also told us his campaign feels good about its ground game and voter turnout tonight, as supporters here wait to see whether he can secure one of the spots in that possible runoff. We are obviously monitoring the results as they come in, but this night is still young, so we're going to have to wait and see what happens. We're live in Sandy Springs tonight. Tyler Fingert, Fox 5 News.
Yeah, not young indeed. Only about 38% of the votes being counted at this point. Tyler, thank you. Fox 5 is your election results destination. We have the results of all the races as they come in. Everything you need to know will be broken down by location, and you'll be able to find it all on fox5atlanta.com. Thank you for joining us for our election coverage on Fox Local. We'll be right back for another hour of coverage right after this.
From Fox 5 News in Atlanta, you're watching live coverage of Election Night in Georgia.
Welcome back to our election night coverage here on Fox Local. I'm Buck Lanford. We appreciate you joining us, and we have reporters standing by at the watch parties for all of the major candidates tonight. Polls closed about 2 hours ago. Let's take a look at some of the results that have come in. The results from the Republican gubernatorial primary. So Burt Jones has 37.2% of the vote. Rick Jackson with 34.5%. This is with about 39% of the votes having been counted at this point. Brad Raffensperger has been holding steady at about 15%. Chris Carr at 11%. And the AP has reported that this is going to be heading to a runoff, and that will be scheduled for June 16th, a runoff between Jones and Jackson. All right, on the Democrat governor's side is Keisha Lance Bottom, who has a 60% of the vote right now. She grabbed a lead early and has really kind of held on to those numbers for much of the night so far. Only 38% of the votes counted at this point. It's kind of interesting here in second place. Jason Estevez and Michael Thurman, they've kind of flip-flopped back and forth a lot throughout the night. They've been at 14 and 13% respectively. Really a battle for second place. Both of those gentlemen hoping that they can force a runoff in this election. Now, the Republican Senate primary, let's take a look at the numbers there. Billionaire, actually, this is Mike Collins. Mike Collins at 41%. Derek Dooley at 28%. Of course, Dooley, the son of former Georgia head coach, Georgia coaching legend Vince Dooley, also received the endorsement of Governor Brian Kemp. He's at 28%, close behind Buddy Carter at 26%, and then John McCollum is at 3%. All right, now to billionaire Rick Jackson. We're going to go to Denise Dillon for a check of his watch party. Denise, the AP is reporting that this is going to be a runoff.
Yeah, this is exactly what many people expected tonight, a runoff between Rick Jackson and Burt Jones. In fact, earlier when I was talking to Rick Jackson's spokesperson, he said that Jackson was already thinking ahead, thinking about that runoff. I'll tell you right now, Jackson's son Shane is at the podium here speaking. Whoops. And I believe he's introducing his father now. He just stepped aside. So let's see if he comes forward. Well, it may be a couple of minutes. They're showing a video here, so it may be a couple of minutes before Rick Jackson takes that stand. But I do want to mention that Jackson has already spent more than $50 million of his own money in this campaign, saying it is worth it to become governor and help Georgia's citizens. Now, we also talked about what happens if it goes into a runoff. And Jackson is already thinking, you know what, I'm going to continue to spend more money to get people back to the polls in June. If I have to spend more money, that's what it takes, because it will be worth it. He has said that he's not even necessarily interested in that title of governor, and he doesn't need the money because he is a billionaire. But he says he's doing this because he wants to help Georgians. Again, we are expecting him to take the stage at any moment. He could be walking up shortly, but what we've been told. Here we go. He's coming up to the stage. Here we go. Rick Jackson officially in a runoff with Burt Jones. Running for governor back in January, and here we are in a runoff.
I appreciate you so much. This means a lot. Thank you. Barely more than 100 days ago, we sent an earthquake through the political establishment when we entered the race. I think it's safe to say we shook up the career politicians and insiders to their core. But the job is not done. We have 28 days to finish it, and the choice could not be more clear or more important. Burt Jones is a political insider who's been in office for 14 years, working inside the system for his own benefit while promising tax relief and failing to deliver. I'm the opposite. I don't owe the lobbyists anything. I don't need the establishment's permission. I cannot be bought, and I will not back down. President Trump deserves a governor in this state who will do more than take a picture, use his name, but not put in the work. This weekend, my opponent said he was going to win without a runoff. Well, no surprise, Bert was all talk and no results. And I have news for Bert. He isn't going to win the runoff either. We beat the odds tonight, and we're going to win on June 16th. And when we win, President Trump will be a winner. That's right. I'll be President Trump's favorite governor. When he looks at Georgia, he'll see a state that is leading the nation, led by an outsider. As governor, I'll be like Trump, but with a Southern tone. I'll bring a business mindset to Georgia and partner with him to deport criminal illegals, cut taxes, crush woke ideology, and support law enforcement. I know what it means to be forgotten. I had 7 different stepfathers and a mother who battled alcoholism. I lived with 5 different foster families and attended 13 different schools. I know what it's like to wonder whether anybody sees you. But with God's help, I built a business, created thousands of Georgia jobs, and lived the American dream. I don't need the money. I don't care about the title. I'm running to make a difference in the lives of 11 million Georgians because I know what opportunity can do when somebody finally gets a fair shot, and I know what happens when the government forgets who it serves. Burt Jones has forgotten. He had years to deliver real property tax relief. He had the title. He had the office. He had the power. He could have done this in this session, but what happened? He killed a good House bill, and then he started bragging about it. That's the difference between us. Burt Jones talks about tax cuts like it's a political bumper sticker, but I know talk never paid a bill. I will cut income and property taxes, or I won't run again. As governor, I will freeze property taxes immediately and then work to lower them so families aren't priced out of their homes. If you bought your home, paid your mortgage, raised your family, and played by the rules, the government should not punish you because politicians can't control spending. I will cut the income tax by 50% in 4 years and put Georgia on a path to eliminate it within 8. Work should be rewarded. Families should keep more of what they earn. We will get it done the way a businessman knows how, setting priorities, holding people accountable, cutting waste, using technology, finding fraud, shrinking bureaucracy, and making every agency justify every dollar they spend. Every dollar government wastes was earned by a Georgian, and I will never forget that. But this runoff is about more than taxes. It is about who you trust to fight for you. The insiders want a governor that they own. The lobbyists want a governor who will do what they say. The political class wants somebody who protects the club, and Burt Jones wants to keep making money for his family. I don't care about joining their club. In fact, I'm running to break it up. Over the last 100 days, I've talked to thousands of Georgians. I've heard their stories, and I'm running to fight for them. Their fight is my fight. I care about the mom working 2 jobs who needs groceries to cost less and schools to teach, not to indoctrinate. I care about the dad who wants his kids safe, supports the police, and wants criminals held accountable. I care about the young people trying to buy their first home, and the child in foster care who needs somebody in power to remember they exist. I care about the widows who fear losing their home because they can't afford crushing property taxes and want someone to listen to them for once. I care about our law enforcement and first responders on the front lines who protect us but don't get the respect or the resources they deserve, especially as they battle against mental health crisis. We will always support those who protect us, and we will give our veterans the support they deserve. In the weeks ahead, Burt Jones will come after us even harder than he already has because he doesn't want his cartel broken up. It's what politicians always do. Every time he attacks, remember why. Burt is a career politician desperate to cling to power so he can profit off of it. I'm an outsider who's going to shake things up. To everyone who voted for another candidate tonight, I'm asking for your vote on June 16th. If you believe property taxes are out of control, I'm asking for your vote on June 16th. If you believe we should cut the income tax, clean up government, ban the religion of woke ideology, back the police, and put hardworking Georgians first, I'm asking for your vote on June 16th. This runoff is our chance to choose a servant leader over a self-serving politician and finally lower taxes. Fighting tough fights is what I've done my whole life, but it's not about me. As governor, I'll win those fights for you. Thank you so much. God bless you, God bless Georgia, and God bless the United States of America.
You've been listening to live comments from Republican candidate for governor Rick Jackson. A raucous crowd, a celebratory atmosphere there tonight at his campaign headquarters. It was just at the Omni at the Battery Hotel. He will now head to a runoff against Burt Jones, and we'll hear from Burt Jones coming up after this. All right, welcome back. We're going to get to our political panel in just 1 second with Theron Johnson and Phil Kipp. I want to point out that Burt Jones just finished his speech, and we're going to turn that around and share it with you in its entirety coming up here in just a minute, just like we did for Rick Jackson. Welcome, gentlemen. How are we doing this evening?
Doing great. Doing good.
Well, let's start with this. What do you think of Rick Jackson, his comments, and what he had to say so far? We'll start with you, Phil.
Well, I think that Rick Jackson was projected to be in the runoff along with Burt Jones. We saw, of course, the Insider Advantage poll the other day that predicted that, and it's pretty much the same numbers. But I think it's a tribute to Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones that having $73 million hurled at him with mostly negative advertising, and he stood strong and actually got traction the last couple of weeks. He had some great ads that punched back at Jackson. The illegal alien problem on Jackson's mansion was probably hurt him. But this is going to be another big ad buy and another slugfest until June 16th. And it'll be very interesting to see if who's going to endorse who, too.
Theron, the fact that Rick Jackson seemingly came from nowhere, spent a ton of money, and did in such a short amount of time, he is where he is. How did this happen, and is that a good thing?
It was the best kept secret in Georgia politics. I mean, no one knew that Rick Jackson was actually going to throw his hat in the race for the Republican governorship on his nominee. But what Phil said, I want to kind of echo. He's actually a newcomer, an outsider, but had a lot of money, self-financed his campaign. And what you heard on his speech was a person who's actually evolved a lot. If you look at when he first ran, he really had a good commercial. On the stunt, we didn't really hear what we heard tonight. So you can tell that he's coming in his own. But I agree with Phil. For Burt Jones to have that much money thrown at him privately, I mean, it's been a slugfest for the last couple months in this race. Shows that, and if this holds, he's right now in the lead. I think that race will tighten. But either way, it's going to go to a runoff. But is it a good thing that he's a newcomer outsider? Yes and no. Yes, because he doesn't have a lot of baggage. He doesn't have votes that others could really talk about. They talk a lot about his business dealings. But no, because I think that he had to get known pretty fast, and Burt Jones has a really sort of strong base of support around the state. But Rick Jackson, to be able to be where he is right now, and Raffensperger and Carr to be on the ballot and to have that many votes is definitely very impressive.
And you both said that it's impressive that Burt Jones could withstand that spending. But on the other side of that, is it fair to say you can, if you have enough money, you can get to where Rick Jackson is?
Well, money certainly helps, and negative advertising can do some good, but there's a point of diminishing returns with negative advertising. I think that occurred maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, and Burt Jones, who does have a very good, I'll echo Theron a little bit, Burt Jones has a very good record. He was the first politician in modern political history here that called for the elimination of the state income tax. That's very popular, and that's how he started, and he's got a record, a conservative record. And so, so money took him partially far for Jackson, but I think it's now going to be, and the turnout is going to be way down, as we both know. But it's going to be a tough, different dynamic.
Either one of you guys surprised by the fact that this is headed to a runoff? I think a lot of people expected this.
It had to be to a runoff. And listen, when you have that much money, answer your question directly, look, we could run you, me, or Phil, and we will actually show up on the charts. I mean, we will probably get more, if not a little bit, the same that Raffensperger and Carr got. But I also just want to say this about Rick Jackson. It was a very competitive campaign. His team did a really good job of making sure they did not put him in a situation where he can make a fatal sort of mistake politically. Going into this runoff, I don't know if they're going to be able to sort of put him behind the scenes. I mean, he's going to have to get out there and tell voters in the Republican primary why he should be the nominee. So I think that what you saw tonight in this speech, he's been very defiant. He's got some hard-punching lines, and I think Burt is ready to debate him again. And he's going to have a moment to really go head-to-head. There'll be no other people on the stage.
I want to point out that you guys echoed each other at least once tonight, and I'm impressed.
I got a footnote to add, and that is the factor of President Donald Trump. Burt Jones was the Trump-endorsed candidate. Trump still has a very good approval rating in Georgia with likely Republican voters. I think it was 87% that Insider Advantage reported. So that helped. The Trump base came out.
All right. Well, we appreciate your insights. We're going to hear much more from you as the night goes on. But right now, we're going to hear from Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones, who spoke just moments ago.
I think Georgia just spoke, y'all.
And they spoke loud and clear that Georgia's not for sale. It's not for sale. It is so good to be here. I don't know where to begin. Look, the numbers are coming in. They're still coming in. But obviously, we feel very good about where we are right now. Obviously, leading in the early voting when our opponents probably had the most momentum is something that we quite frankly didn't expect. But it's coming in strong. And today's vote, it looks like so far we've got about a 2-to-1 advantage in the early and today's vote alone. Yeah, give that one. And so I really do feel really good about being able to say that we're going to be the top vote getter, and we just might get to that 50+1 vote right here. And I want to tell something before I start talking about, what the next couple weeks could look like. I want to give my wife and our 2 children, Banks and Stella, again, y'all give them a big round of applause right here. The reason why, if we don't pull it out tonight, if we don't squeak it out tonight, why I'm so confident that we'll get it done in 3 weeks is because I don't know if y'all remember who was here at the kickoff party that we had back when we opened this campaign at Indian Springs, but I told you about our family business, and I told you about our local community, and I told you about the light that always shines the farthest, shines the brightest at its base. And let me tell you something, the reason why I know we're going to win is because of friends and family members that are standing back here, and they're out here in this audience right now. You're the reason why we're going to win, and I don't care how much money it's in. Because real friendship and family members that stick together, they always find a way. I don't care. You couldn't give me $100 million for the people behind me right here at this table. But they're going to learn that very, very soon, because I look forward to, if we don't squeak it out tonight, because I'm very optimistic there's an opportunity there to do that. If we don't squeak it out tonight, I love getting this guy one-on-one. I can promise you that. So, I've been looking for that. Because like I said, we've had over $100 million spent against us. Most of them are attack ads on myself, my family, just whatever they could make up. Didn't matter what it was. Just the wildest. Jan and I would wake up in the mornings and wonder, what are they going to come up with next, And we had to start laughing about it because it got to be so comical. But I'm so proud of Georgia voters for realizing that Hollywood production over there is nothing like the genuine article that you have right here. I'm the workhorse. I'm the workhorse in this race, and people should not forget it. I could not leave this stage without thanking President Donald J. Trump for his undivided. He didn't just endorse me once, not twice, not 3 times, even a 4th time. I was so honored to have that. He even put out a video today, and the pundits are still wondering if he's going to stay with me or not. It's the most unbelievable thing I've ever seen. I want to thank all my county captains. I want to thank the elected officials that were here today. Everybody got to see Russ Goodman here. Russ, he's been on our radio station 2 or 3 times now. I think we're going to end up adopting him here in this county. Everybody asked me, is that guy really, he's a professional, isn't he? He's a professional. I was like, he's a professional blueberry farmer for sure, yeah. But I want to thank everybody for that supported us, all our volunteers from all across the state. That's why I knew we would run strong, because many of you who are here in this room tonight were with us 4 years ago when ran for lieutenant governor. And guess what? You know what we did? We did exactly what we said we were going to do. We said we were going to cut taxes. We said we were going to get rid of regulations. We said we were going to pass school choice. We said we were going to be tough on public safety. And we also assured you that we were going to have voter integrity back in this state right here. And we're very, very close right now to being your nominee, and we want to be your next governor, too. So thank y'all very much. And when I tell people we delivered on our promises 4 years ago, and we'll deliver on our promises this next 4 years, because, look, I am one of those people who, when I tell you I'm going to do something, I deliver on it each and every time. And I want to appreciate all the support from I've had the people. And I tell people also this too. Let me back up. And I tell people this too. Ask anybody who served with me, and ask people who have done business with us, and they will tell you the kind of character that we have right here on this stage, because it was instilled in us by this man behind us right now. And our mother, who I wish could be here tonight, she has dementia, and I went to go see her earlier today, and I said, Mama, we gonna win? She goes, that's all you do. But she would enjoy this right now, because, like I said, she would enjoy more seeing all of her children up here, siblings and their extended family right here. Because, like I said, we're a team effort right here, and we always have been, we always will be. But the main thing we are is we're longtime Georgians that love this state, and we're Georgians that believe in this state and believe that the great run that we've had for the last decade, it can continue on. It can continue on to the next 8 years if y'all give me the opportunity, and trying to cut taxes, having great economic opportunities, making Georgia the hub of the Southeast. And Georgia is that right now. We want to make it even better, because the reason why people want to come to this state in droves is because it's a great state to live, it's a great state to raise a family, it's a great state to start a business, and we want to continue down that road. I've said it all the time. Whoever the next governor is not inheriting a bad situation. They are not inheriting a broken Pontiac here. They got a pretty good Cadillac here to get into, and the only thing they got to do is not mess it up. And I can tell you right now, the thing that worries about the people I've run against, both Republican and Democrats, is I don't think they have that same grit about them to make sure that Georgia stays a red state, business-friendly state, and one that we'll continue to love and raise our families in. So I greatly appreciate everyone being here tonight, and I greatly appreciate your support. We're going to continue to watch these results. Like I said, I think we're going to be the top vote getter, and I think there is an opportunity based on today's votings for us to get to that 50+1. But if we don't get there, rest assured, I am looking forward to this next 3 weeks and campaigning around the state. So thank y'all very much, and God bless.
That was Republican candidate for governor and the current lieutenant governor, Burt Jones. Almost a victory speech of sorts, although this race has been projected to be heading to a runoff on June 16th between he and Rick Jackson. Although he said, you just heard him right there, he said he still thinks he has a chance to win this 50%+1 before this night is done. So 45% of the votes have been counted at this point. Burt Jones with a 38 to 34% lead over Rick Jackson. But the AP has projected this is headed to a runoff on June 16th. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back, and thank you for streaming with us on Fox Local and the Georgia primary election night. Let's take a look at some of the results so far in the Republican governor primary. This has been projected to be headed to a runoff between the top two here, Burt Jones at 38% and Rick Jackson at 34%. We've heard from both of the candidates here in just the last few minutes. Brad Raffensperger at 15%, Chris Card 11%. That was with 48% of the votes being already counted. How about on the Democrat side in the governor's race? Keisha Lance Bottoms has been as high as 61%. She's given up a little bit, back down to 59%. Still a very solid majority. Jason Estevez and Michael Thurman have kind of been neck and neck most of the night. You see Estevez has pulled ahead with 15% of the vote right now to Michael Thurman's 14%. Both of those gentlemen hoping they can make some inroads and force a runoff in this election as well. Jeff Duncan, the former Republican, is at 7%. Now on the Republican Senate primary, let's take a look at the numbers there. Mike Collins, he's been holding on to that 41% for most of the night. Derek Dooley and Buddy Carter in second and third place within 2 percentage points of each other. Dooley at 28%, Buddy Carter at 26%. Dooley, the son of the late former Georgia football head coach Vince Dooley, also an endorsement by Governor Brian Kemp. John McCollum is there at 3%. All right, let's check in on the candidates in that race now. Whoever wins this will be up against Jon Ossoff, and we're going to start with Representative Mike Collins. He's in the lead right now with 41% of the vote, with about 47% of the votes having been counted. And Rob DiRienzo is in Jackson at their headquarters. Rob?
Hey there, Buck. Yeah, that's right. Within the last hour or so, Congressman Mike Collins came out and greeted supporters. Right now, as you mentioned, with that 41%, he's feeling pretty confident at this point. But I have to say, there's a few dozen people in the room. A lot of these people have been going back and forth between this watch party and Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones' watch party, which is just across town here in Jackson. Both are Jackson natives, and both are hoping to rile up and get out that MAGA base. So I want to give you a listen to something that Mike Collins just told me a couple minutes ago about how he's feeling. Listen.
Well, man, I work hard. My whole team, they bust their butts every day. We love the hard work. We left everything we got on the field. And from that standpoint, you got to be proud of that. There's nothing that we could have done more. And no matter how it would ever turn out, that's the way I like to run. And we've done that. So from that standpoint, I'm happy.
And Congressman Collins told us, look, he hasn't really been paying too much attention to the numbers throughout the night, but he does see the likelihood of him heading to a runoff. The question is who it will be with. Will it be with Derek Dooley or U.S. Representative Buddy Carter? So that's a wait and see at this point. We're still waiting for more votes to come in, and we are expecting Congressman Collins to come out on stage and speak right around 10 o'clock. And of course, as soon as that happens, we will bring it to you. That's latest from here live in Jackson. Rob DiRienzo, Fox 5 News.
And that is the question right now with Dooley and Carter neck and neck at 28 and 26% of the vote. Rob, thank you. Well, former football coach Derek Dooley has surged into second place in the race in the polling for the Republican Senate nomination. He's been endorsed by Governor Kemp, and our Tara Jabor is at his watch party. That is in Cobb County. Tara?
That's right. We're here at Park Bench for Derek Dooley's watch party, and it really is a packed house here. It's been very busy here the last couple of months. The vibe in here seems to be upbeat. People are excited and they seem happy. Obviously, we just heard those numbers that right now he's in second with Mike Collins in first. Dooley, of course, is backed by Governor Brian Kemp, and we've heard from Dooley over and over again that he wants to be the senator for the people of Georgia. He prides himself on being a political outsider. Of course, he's known to be a former football coach and lawyer, and he says his campaign is all about the people of Georgia. Now, Dooley held an event just yesterday with Governor Brian Kemp. Here's what he had to say.
But if you want change, it always starts at the top with leadership. And it's time we start sending a different kind of leader up to D.C., people with common sense, people that share our values here in Georgia. But most importantly, they're going up there for the right reasons. And that's to work with others to deliver results for you. And that's always going to be my promise as your next U.S. Senator.
And we do expect to hear from Dooley here soon. We'll, of course, be here all night and keep you updated as we keep waiting for more of these results. Reporting live in Cobb County, Tara Jabor, Fox 5 News.
All right, looking forward to hearing what Derek Dooley has to say. Tara, thank you. Representative Buddy Carter is in third place in the polling, but he isn't far behind. He calls himself a MAGA warrior, and our Tyler Fingert is at his watch party in Sandy Springs. Tyler, we're talking about the likelihood of this going to a runoff, and these two guys are neck and neck right now for that second position.
To you, third place, but optimistic. Georgia Congressman Buddy Carter is really hopeful that he will be one of those people on the ballot in just about a month for that runoff, because that is looking more and more likely that there is going to be a runoff in this Republican nomination for the U.S. Senate. Take a look behind me. We're here at the watch party in Sandy Springs. We are at the Hudson Grill. There are about 24 or so supporters here have joined Congressman Buddy Carter to watch the results come in tonight. Congressman Carter says he expects this race will likely head to a runoff, and he's hoping he will be in it. He says his campaign feels very confident about its position, telling me they believe they've been surging at the right time. Carter has spent this campaign positioning himself as a conservative fighter who can both support President Donald Trump and defeat Democratic Senator Jon Ossoff in November. As you mentioned, Buck, he calls himself a MAGA warrior. In fact, it's actually on the signs everywhere here at this watch party tonight. He again argued earlier that Republicans need a nominee who can win a general election while drawing contrast with his opponents. Take a listen to what he had to say about the stakes tonight.
We've got to win this race. Jon Ossoff has got to go. He does not represent the values of the state of Georgia, and we've got to have someone who does represent our values, who represents the values of Georgians. Jon Ossoff doesn't do that, and we've got to get rid of him. We've got to win. We've lost the last 3 Senate races in a row. David Perdue, Kelly Loeffler, Herschel Walker. We can't afford to lose another one. We have to put our best candidate on the field, the one who's got the best chance of winning. You look at the 3 major candidates in this race. You look at myself. I have no baggage whatsoever.
Yeah, and Buck, right now looking at the numbers from the Secretary of State's office, Mike Collins is in the lead with 41% of the vote that has been counted. And Buddy Carter is at 26%, which is about 2% behind Derek Dooley. Obviously, this is a race that is still being counted, and it's going to come down to votes that have not come in yet, as we know that there are still a number of them that need to be counted. As I mentioned last time I saw you, Buck, we are still very early in this evening, despite the governor's Republican race being called for that runoff. We know that it's still too early to call in this case to know what is going to happen and who will be in this potential runoff for the Republican nomination for U.S. Senate. We're live in Sandy Springs tonight. Tyler Fingert, Fox 5 News.
Yeah, to your point, Tyler, only about half of the votes at this point have been counted, so still a long way to go. Tyler Fingert, thank you. All right, let's check in now on the Democrat primary for governor. Keisha Lance Bottoms, she was up over 61% at one point, down to 59% now. Still a solid majority there, though, and a big lead in polling. She's the former mayor of Atlanta. She is leading Jason Estevez and Michael Thurman. Estevez at 15%, Michael Thurman at 14%. And our Angelique Proctor is at her watch party in Atlanta. Angelique, it seems these guys are chipping away a little bit at her lead, but still a solid majority.
It's still a very sizable lead, Buck. A lot of the people in this room believe that Keisha Lance Bottoms can win this election without a runoff. Right now, she's sitting pretty at about 58% of the vote. That is well over the 50+1 margin or threshold that she has to meet to avoid the runoff. So we will just have to wait and see. But a lot of folks in this room are very confident. Keisha tells me she too is confident. She says that she believes voters are resonating with the issues of her campaign. Earlier tonight, she did some volunteering at the phone banks, calling voters, trying to encourage them to get to the polls. She's really traveled the state. She says that her message is to stand up to President Trump and try to fix many of the problems that she believes his policies have created. Now, she told me earlier this evening that she is optimistic on this primary night.
I am feeling as confident as I can feel until the votes are counted. And I say that just because we've left it all on the field. We have given our all over the past year, working to earn votes of people across the state. And we aren't taking anybody for granted. But what has happened as we moved across the state is the faces are the fuel for me. I'm able to put faces with the fight.
Now, Bottoms told me tonight her prayer is to avoid a costly runoff and just move right into the November general election. We will see if that happens. Back to you.
She's certainly in position to do that right now with 47% of the votes counted. Angelique, thank you. Well, former DeKalb County CEO Michael Thurmond has had a strong hold on the second place spot for much of the night in the Democrat primary polling. He and Jason Estevez have kind of battled back and forth a little bit throughout the night. He's in third right now by 1 percentage point behind Estevez. Our Eric Perry is indicator at his watch party. And Eric, it would seem like this is kind of the battle within the battle here. These two guys, Estevez and Michael Thurmond, almost going head to head in hopes of they can be the second place person if this heads to a runoff.
Yeah, Buck, so as Keisha Lance Bottoms is praying against a runoff, the people here are praying for a runoff. I just talked with a woman. She said she's cautiously optimistic. She's hoping that her man, Michael Thurmond, will be able to pull forward and get into a runoff. I'm going to move out of the way so you can see people are really starting to gather here. We have not seen Michael Thurmond as of yet, the former leader of DeKalb County from 2017 to 2025. But we are told that he is on his way. He will address the crowd at some point there. Again, they're still saying that it's a little too early to call at this moment. But, you know, the DJ, the music is playing in the background. The libations are flowing, and people are really just hanging out and waiting for Michael Thurmond to come in there. So, again, the former leader of DeKalb County, he's running and says that he will be the candidate and the governor that will be able to cross the aisles to be able to pull everything together and move the state forward there. And he's touting his leadership and his long political resume as something to really propel him forward. He's not a newcomer in this, and he's hoping that that's something that people thought about when they went out to cast their ballots. But right now it's really just a waiting game. Again, they're praying that, you know, those extra votes will come in and it will force into some sort of a runoff here. And of course, as soon as Michael Thurmond comes in, we'll be able to talk with him one-on-one, see where he's thinking, and then we'll take you when he addresses the crowd here, Buck.
Yeah, certainly a lot of name recognition with Michael Thurmond. He's in the third spot, but just barely in the third spot with 47% of the votes counted. Eric, thank you. State Senator Jason Estevez has made a push into second place in the polling. He's campaigning on cutting the cost of living and expanding health care access. Our Larry Spruill is in Atlanta with him. And once again, this seems to be another campaign that's really just hoping they can get this to a runoff, and they would be in the second position to take advantage of that.
And that is what people here are hoping for. I just spoke with his spokesperson. As a matter of fact, they are very hopeful that this will go into a runoff. Jason Estevez is on his way here to his own watch party. Should be here in about 10 minutes. But let me step out of the way so you can just see the crowd. A lot of people are standing around. As you can see, they are heading inside because that's where Jason Estevez will address his supporters here. But they have been watching the results. As a matter of 5 minutes ago, people were cheering as they realized that he is still in that second place. But I just spoke with Jason Estevez earlier today, and he tells me that he is the man for the job, and he believes that this will go into a runoff. Take a listen.
I have the lived experiences of the hardworking people of this state. I'm a small business owner. I'm a former public school teacher. I'm a parent of 2 young children. I've been a caregiver of a mom with Alzheimer's. I've seen Georgia's challenges, but I've also seen our opportunities.
And again, Jason Estevez will address the crowd here at his watch party in about 10 minutes or so. So roughly at the top of the hour, top of our 10 o'clock newscast, we will be able to bring that to you live, and you can hear from him in regards to why he believes he is the man for the job and what he has to say about a potential runoff against former Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms. We are live in Northwest Atlanta tonight. I'm Larry Spruill, Fox 5 News.
All right, Larry, thank you for that. Former Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan, he is in fourth place in the Democrat candidate as the Democrat candidate for governor in the polling right now with 47% of the votes being counted. He was in his role as lieutenant governor as a Republican, but has since switched affiliations. Christopher King is in Buckhead at his watch party. Have we heard from him yet?
Well, Buck, Jeff Duncan spoke just moments ago. He thanked his supporters here at the Doe Irish Pub. His campaign says this was not a concession speech. He was mixing with the crowd. He says he'll continue to work on affordability and working against President Donald Trump. Now, Duncan was way behind the polls last time we checked, but the mood is surprisingly upbeat here. Duncan is the former lieutenant governor. He defied President Trump. Duncan was one of the few members of the GOP to speak out against President Trump's attempt to overturn the 2020 laws. He switched parties and became a Democrat. The former lieutenant governor tried to persuade Democratic voters they can trust him. Duncan spoke a short time ago. Take a listen.
I leave here tonight so encouraged at the progress that we've made. We've brought up a very difficult conversation about staying focused on policy, right? That's what we're talked about. That's how we're going to change the direction of the state and in this country, is to talk about the issues that matter most, and we will continue to do that through this entire process. The affordability crisis, the health care crisis, and yes, the Donald Trump crisis are absolutely breaking this country and folding us at our knees. And so we need to have folks elected that can stand up and do the right thing.
Now, Duncan is a relative newcomer to the Democratic Party. He spent the past year apologizing for his Republican past. He says he's the only Democrat who can win over enough moderate voters. But again, Duncan was way behind in the polls. And last we checked, he was polling around in the single digits. So it remains to be seen whether he can remain in this race. We're live in Buckhead. Christopher King, Fox 5 News.
Yeah, interesting. Kind of a distant fourth at 7% right now, but not yet conceding. Christopher, thank you. An update on the Republican primary for U.S. Senate. The Associated Press has just announced that Mike Collins will head to a runoff, but it appears too early to say who his opponent will be. So you can see right there, it'll be between Derek Dooley and Buddy Carter. Right now, Derek Dooley has 29% of the vote. Buddy Carter with 26%. It's kind of been back and forth between second and third for a lot of the night between those two. So it appears, at least for the rest of this night, with 57% of the votes being counted, this is a race for second. Who is going to get into the runoff with Mike Collins? Will it be Derek Dooley, who was endorsed by Governor Kemp, or will it be Buddy Carter, who calls himself a MAGA warrior? All right, Fox 5 is your election results destination. We have the results of all the races as they come in. Everything you need to know will be broken down by location, and you'll be able to find it all on fox5atlanta.com. Let's check out the results of the first Georgia Supreme Court race of the night. We have those results. Here's right there. All right, Charlie Bethel with 55% of the vote over Miracle Rankin. That's with 56% of the votes being counted right now. Charlie Bethel, the incumbent in that race. Now, the second Georgia Supreme Court race, that is between Sarah Warren and Jen Jordan. Warren, the incumbent, leading there 62% to 38%, with 56% of the votes having been counted right there. All right, stay with us. We have much more ahead. We'll be right back after this. we're covering an update on the Republican governor race. Burt Jones and Rick Jackson are headed to a runoff. Jones with 39%, Jackson with 33% of the vote. Jones says he's still not convinced that they're not going to get 50% plus one before this night is done. On the Democrat governor race, let's take a look there as Keisha Lance Bottoms has had a big lead for much of the night. And that lead continues as far as we know. She was at 59% last time we checked in. The Associated Press has just announced that Mike Collins will head to a runoff in the Republican primary for Senate. And now we're waiting to see if he will face off against Derek Dooley or Buddy Carter on June 16th. Let's check back in with one of our political experts, bringing in Lori Geary so far. Let's talk about this. I mean, is this odd that you declare a runoff, but you don't know who it's against yet? You don't see that very often.
I think it's very interesting. This is really shaping up to be a very interesting night because I think if these numbers hold as they are, especially in this U.S. Senate race, and you look at the governor's race on the Republican side alone, you are looking at the outsider versus insider races in both the governor and the Senate races. So that'll be very interesting. I think what is also just, shocking to a lot of folks is how high Keisha Lance Bottoms is. I mean, she's at 59%, can avoid a runoff, and that's likely what's going to happen. Even though we're still waiting on about 200,000 votes from Fulton County, we expect her to do really well in Fulton County. She's actually doing really well in DeKalb County, and that's the home county of Michael Thurman. Mm-hmm. So it's been a lot of interesting results so far.
All right, so Mike Collins headed to a runoff. It's going to be against Buddy Carter or Derek Dooley. Who do you think lines up best to run against Jon Ossoff?
Oh, that's a tough one. I think, you've got Mike Collins is more of a Trump type Republican, but you've got Derek Dooley, who's more of a moderate, and you've got the support of Brian Kemp. And Brian Kemp has been all in. We've talked about this all night. Brian Kemp is all in. Marty Kemp is all in for Derek Dooley. So, in Georgia, not necessarily the Trump-backed candidate always wins, in Republican primary or even just Republicans overall.
We talked about Rick Jackson spending so much money and getting himself into the position he is. Derek Dooley spent some other things. You talk about the endorsement from Governor Kemp, and you talk about his last name that's so well known and well respected in this state too. Are you surprised that Derek Dooley is where he is?
No, because again, he's a political newcomer. Not everybody knows the Dooley name, right, in Georgia, and so the fact that he has been able to get into a second place against possibly, right, we're still waiting for all of these results to come in, but against a sitting congressman and Buddy Carter. If you looked at some of the numbers though along coastal Georgia, that was some of the weaker turnout on the Republican side, and that's probably what is hurting Buddy Carter tonight.
In the governor's race on the Republican side, Rick Jackson and Burt Jones headed to a runoff. This has been one of those nipping, mudslinging kind of things, and now it's going to go on for at least another month.
All eyes have been on this race because all eyes have been on the race for so many months because of all of the ads and all of the mailers that have been hitting your mailbox if you're a Republican primary voter, and also all along social media. This is going to get even nastier and even more expensive. So expect this to get just brutal between the two.
One last question. I know I'm jumping around a little bit. Yeah, Jeff Duncan switches parties, didn't go so well. What are your thoughts about how that will play out?
Trust is the number one issue here, and I think the Democratic voters just did not trust Duncan, that he said who he was.
Any huge surprises on the night for you so far? Has everything kind of played out like you expected?
I think Keisha Lance Bottoms, if these numbers hold, will be the surprise of the night.
So if these numbers hold and she goes without a runoff, and
yes,
yeah. All right.
Absolutely.
Lori, good stuff.
Okay,
thank you.
Good to see you.
And we appreciate you for joining us for our election coverage on Fox Local. We have a whole lot more coverage as the night goes on. Literally, some of these races, only half of the votes have been counted at this point, so things could change. And we're going to have much more coverage on the 10 o'clock and the 11 o'clock show, so stick with us. A big night ahead on this Georgia primary election night.
who has won and who's headed to a runoff. Fox 5 News at 10 is just seconds away.
It is primary night.
Rest assured.
Fox 5 News at 10 starts right now.
It is primary night here in Georgia. Right now, results continuing to pour in, and we already know that some races are headed to a runoff.
Including the Republican race for governor. We're hearing from both of the top candidates, plus several other key races around the state.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us tonight. I'm Russ Fenton.
And I'm Christine Spiro. The political picture ahead in Georgia has started to become a little clearer now. Some races are a landslide, others much closer.
And right now, we're still waiting on tens of thousands of votes. Fulton County officials tell us they won't release any of their results until after 11 o'clock tonight. Some Fulton County voters still aren't done casting their ballots.
A judge had ruled earlier this evening the Ison Springs Elementary polling location in Sandy Springs will be open until just after 11. Police activity nearby had shut down the site for several hours.
And even without those missing Fulton County votes, the Associated Press reports that Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones and businessman Rick Jackson, the billionaire, will be headed to a runoff in the race for the Republican nomination for governor. And there are the numbers. Despite those $83 million in advertising, much of it negative from Rick Jackson, Burt Jones has the most votes with 39% at this point, 59% of the precincts reporting. Rick Jackson at 33%. Tens of thousands of people appreciated Brad Raffensperger's efforts 6 years ago with the election in 2020, but not enough to get him into a runoff with either Rick Jackson or Burt Jones. It's the two on the left there who are headed to the runoff on June 16th.
And once again, the AP is reporting the Republican race for governor, as we said, will be going to a runoff. We're also looking at the Democratic gubernatorial primary tonight, where Keisha Lance Bottoms has been holding a sizable lead since some of these early results have started to come in after 7 o'clock. Right now, she is at 58% of the vote. Sizable lead there with more than 400,000 ballots cast for her. In second place is Jason Estevez at 16%, and former DeKalb CEO Michael Thurman at 13%. At one point, Michael Thurman had the second place position, but Jason Estevez has since leapfrogged him tonight and is holding that second place spot. But if the race were to be called at this moment, of course, Keisha Lance Bottoms, having more than 50% of the vote, would be able to declare the win tonight and have that Democratic gubernatorial nomination. Jeff Duncan here coming in with single digits tonight, 7% of the vote. Only 58% of the votes have been counted in that race.
Yeah, she's been leading all spring, but if she wins outright tonight, that might be the surprise of the evening. Let's take a look at the Republican U.S. Senate race. Mike Collins also has been leading all springtime in this race to take on Jon Ossoff. Derek Dooley has been gaining momentum in the last several weeks and is now in second place with 60% of the precincts reporting. Congressman Buddy Carter from the Savannah area with 26%, followed by John McCollum at 3%. So it looks as though this is going to a runoff. Mike Collins will be in the runoff. The question is, will it be the outsider Derek Dooley, who has been endorsed by Governor Kemp, who I think we can all admit, I'm sure he would admit, is in this position because of Governor Kemp? Or will it be Buddy Carter, the two congressmen against each other? We'll hopefully find out before this night is over.
It's worth noting that President Trump has not endorsed any of the candidates here in this Republican Senate race as well. So will that happen once we know who the second place vote getter will be in this upcoming runoff next month? Well, once again, as we noted, the AP is saying that the Republican race for governor will head to this runoff between Burt Jones and Rick Jackson.
Let's begin tonight with Fox 5's Deidre Dukes, who joins us now from Burt Jones's watch party in Jackson. Deidre, I thought it was interesting that Burt Jones did not rule out still the possibility of an outright win tonight.
That's right. He said that there is still a path to victory, Russ. He did not go into what that path was, but was still telling those here who are on hand this evening that he believes he could actually win this race outright tonight. Now, he did note, and as you can see behind me, this crowd has thinned out since he last took the stage about an hour ago, telling supporters at that time that he was leading in the election returns, that he was ahead in the race as the results came in, and he had a 2-to-1 advantage in today's voting. And as you said, the AP has projected a runoff between Republican opponent Rick Jackson and Jones, but the lieutenant governor said while the final numbers weren't in, he felt good about saying he will be the top vote getter in the primary, and that right now it appears, he said, there is a possible path to victory to avoid a runoff. If Jones doesn't pull it out tonight, he says he is confident he will get it done in 3 weeks, saying he loves having the opportunity to get Rick Jackson one-on-one. Here's more of what he had to say earlier this evening.
I don't know if y'all remember who was here at the kickoff party that we had back when we opened this campaign at Indian Springs, but I told you about our family business, and I told you about our local community, and I told you about the light that always shines the farthest, shines the brightest at its base. And let me tell you something, the reason why I know we're going to win is because of friends and family members that are standing back here, and they're out here in this audience right now. You're the reason why we're going to win, and I don't care how much money it's because real friendship and family members that stick together, they always find a way. I don't care. You couldn't give me $100 million for the people behind me right here at this table. But they're going to learn that very, very soon, because I look forward to, if we don't squeak it out tonight, because I'm very optimistic, there's an opportunity there to do that. If we don't squeak it out tonight, I love getting this guy one-on-one. I can promise you that. So, I've been looking for that. Because like I said, we've had over $100 million spent against us. Most of them are attack ads on myself, my family, just whatever they could make up. Didn't matter what it was. Just the wildest. Jan and I would wake up in the mornings and wonder, what are they going to come up with next? You know? And we had to start laughing about it because it got to be so comical. But I'm so proud of Georgia voters for realizing that Hollywood production over there is nothing like the genuine article that you have right here. I'm the workhorse.
Now, Jones also took the opportunity as he addressed supporters to thank President Trump for his endorsement, noting that the president actually released a campaign video supporting him even today. So thanking him and also supporters here this evening for their support. And also we are still waiting to see if we're going to hear anything else about that possible path to victory this evening that Jones talked about earlier today. That's the latest here at the Jones Watch Party. Deidre Dukes, Fox 5 News.
Yeah, even Rick Jackson made reference to it, said, all talk, no results. We'll see what happens. Deidre, thanks. Jones will face off against billionaire businessman and political newcomer Rick Jackson.
Yeah, Fox 5's Denise Dillon is at Jackson's watch party tonight. Rick Jackson taking to the stage as well, Denise, after learning that he has made it to the runoff. And I think it was by sentence 3 that he went in on the attack against Burt Jones.
Yes, he did. It really was, though, quite a celebration here tonight, and one that wasn't really a surprise. Earlier this evening, when I was speaking to Rick Jackson's spokesperson, he said that Rick Jackson was already thinking ahead and thinking about a runoff. And when he walked on stage tonight for the first time, one of the first things he said was, "We shook up the career politicians." Of course, that brought a huge cheer from the crowd. He then went on to talk about what to expect in the next 28 days.
Barely more than 100 days ago, we sent an earthquake through the political establishment when we entered the race. I think it's safe to say we shook up the career politicians and insiders to their core. We have 28 days to finish it, and the choice could not be more clear or more important. Burt Jones is a political insider who's been in office for 14 years, working inside the system for his own benefit while promising tax relief and failing to deliver. This weekend, my opponent said he was going to win without a runoff. Well, no surprise, Burt was all talk and no results. And I have news for Burt. He isn't going to win the runoff either. In the weeks ahead, Burt Jones will come after us even harder than he already has because he doesn't want his cartel broken up. It's what politicians always do. Every time he attacks, remember why. Burt is a career politician desperate to cling to power so he can profit off of it. I'm an outsider who's going to shake things up.
And Jackson then asked everyone who voted for another candidate to come out on June 16th and vote for him. And, you know, you were talking about what an expensive campaign this has been, with Jackson spending tens of millions of dollars of his own money. He has said that he plans to spend many more millions in the next 28 days leading up to the runoff, he says, because he's doing it so that he can become governor, so he can help Georgians. Reporting live at the Omni at the Battery, Denise Dillon, Fox 5 News.
A lot of money still to be spent here leading up to the runoff. He said he doesn't have Trump's endorsement, but he says, I'll be like Trump, but with a Southern tone. Yeah. Just kind of shows you how much the president still, or how much the Republicans are still in lockstep with President Trump and how much his endorsement matters. Denise, thanks so much.
Yeah, said he'd be Trump's favorite governor.
Yeah.
Another check of the numbers there in the governor's race. Burt Jones with 39% to Rick Jackson's 33%, those two in the runoff. Brad Raffensperger at 14, Chris Carr at 12, the Attorney General.
And speaking of the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, not all candidates advancing tonight, including him. And we are also covering his campaign.
Fox 5's Doug Evans is in Atlanta at the Raffensperger watch party and joins us now. Doug?
Russ and Christine, Brad Raffensperger down about 30 minutes ago to talk to his supporters here. He says that the winners won, the losers lost, and it was a fair election. And that's the kind of thing that you would expect to hear from the Secretary of State. I talked to him about a couple of things, and one was the somewhat lackluster turnout by Republicans in this primary. More Democrats than Republicans turned out to vote, and so he says that is a problem. It's going to be a problem in November unless the Republican Party does something about it. I asked him what his suggestions were. He said that's a Republican Party problem. He said as the Secretary of State for the next 7 years, he's not going to advise the party. He's also not going to support any other candidates. And so he says that he can't do that ethically as he continues to be the Secretary of State for the next 7 years. So he will not throw his support to any other candidate. We heard tonight already they're vying for the votes of the others like Carr and like Raffensperger. Here's what he had to say, though, to his supporters tonight.
And if I look at everything that we've done, we've improved the process. We took a good system and we just, made it a little bit better. And I think that's really the American way in America. Whatever you have, if it's business, in your church, in your faith, wherever that is, or in the world of politics, is making things a little bit better for your fellow American. And that's why America continues to just reach higher and higher levels. And it's exciting to see where we're going to be in the future. And so someone will be able to build on that in Georgia, and that's a good thing. And then someone obviously will be building that hopefully in Washington, D.C. But I would say, if I was going to give any advice tonight, I just wish those folks in Washington, D.C. could talk a little bit nicer to each other and actually get something accomplished for the rest of us.
All right, Brad Raffensperger tonight. He has 7 months in office as Secretary of State. He says after that he and his wife Tricia are going to do some traveling. When people talk of traveling, that sounds like retirement, doesn't it? I asked him about that. I asked him if this is it. He says there is a time when you got to leave the stage and hear from other voices. He says you never know, but he sounds like a man who is looking forward to other things, and he certainly has had a contentious time both in his first term and his second term with those that would question the integrity of Georgia elections, both in 2020 and then in his second term. That debate continued with even a recent lawsuit filed this week by people who want to look over his shoulder to see how things are being done here in Georgia. So he is a man with plans, and that plan is to continue as Secretary of State for the next 7 months and then kind of skip out of town with his wife Tricia and do some traveling.
All right, Doug, maybe it was probably a long shot from the beginning for Raffensperger with what we were seeing in the polls leading up to today's primary, but it looks like he understands it was a free and fair election in his words, and the results are the results.
Yeah, he's been saying that the process here in Georgia has been fair ever since 2020. Some of the fairest elections, some of the greatest confidence among voters in Georgia compared to voters anywhere in the country.
Mm-hmm. Well, once again, this is where we stand with the Republican governor's race. If you're just joining us, the AP called the race earlier tonight, saying this is headed to a runoff with the top 2 vote getters, Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones and Rick Jackson, local businessman and billionaire. You see 39% of the vote for Burt Jones to Rick Jackson's 33%. About 40,000 or so votes separating the two candidates right now, if I'm seeing those tiny numbers correctly. But we are headed to a runoff. These two will face each other next month.
For more perspective on the Republican side of the governor's race, let's turn to our Fox 5 political panel.
Fox 5's Buck Lanford joins us now with our team of political analysts to break things down. Buck, I'm sure you'll find out what their thoughts are and if there are any surprises.
For sure. Christina Russ, thank you, here with the gang, right? Lori Gary, Theron Johnson, and Phil Kent. Let's start with that. I mean, just overall, I think a lot of people kind of expected this to go to a runoff. Are any of you guys surprised where we sit right now in this Republican governor's race?
I don't think we are, because I think if you looked at all of the polls, we all expected that this would go into a runoff between Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones and the outsider businessman Rick Jackson. But if you think back to even just 3 months ago, nobody even knew the name Rick Jackson. And we know, we've talked about all of the money that is spent in this race. This is a 7-figure race, $100 million spent in this race to get that name recognition out there. So I think Rick Jackson's folks, his campaign team, I've heard from them, they're very happy with where they're sitting. They fully expected to be in this runoff.
Not surprised about the runoff. Any surprise about Brad Raffensperger and how he fared?
No, I think Brad Raffensperger had an uphill battle from the start. He got into the race a little late once Burt Jones had already announced. And then, as Lori mentioned, when Rick Jackson, as he said, we gave an earthquake to Georgia when he announced that he was going to run. It was the best kept secret in Georgia politics that I've ever witnessed. And so he did have some growth. He did raise some money. We thought that he was going to do better with a lot of those disaffected Republicans who applauded him and rewarded him to go back to his seat when he was reelected. But unfortunately, I just don't think he can compete with the money. I mean, we had that much money on the Rick Jackson side and Burt Jones. He just never could really spend enough money to break through.
And Phil, even people that maybe aren't into politics totally have probably followed this race some, because it's been a lot of back and forth, and now we get another month of that.
Well, that's right. The ads will still keep on coming. And I think to Brad Raffensperger's point, and also the governor's race, I think that Donald Trump is a major figure in the party. He's got good faith favorability ratings with the likely Republican voters, and I think that propelled Burt Jones. He had to fight off a lot of negative ads by the Jackson campaign, and Chris Carr, the Attorney General, just never got any traction at all, and the Trump people never really liked Carr. So I think, yes, 4 weeks, it'll be a slugfest with ads.
Burt Jones not conceding at this point that it's going to go to a runoff. Is that just political gamesmanship, or does he know something?
I think it's gamesmanship.
It's gamesmanship.
I mean, he's going to come out and he's first place right now, and he's going to let everybody know it. Confident. He is the lieutenant governor, the sitting lieutenant governor. He's been through this before, so I think that experience showed tonight. And neither one is giving up here, and it will be a slugfest. I mean, this is going to be brutal. So everybody just hold on.
More of the same, it sounds like, for the next month. All right.
More money.
Yeah, a lot more money. All right, we appreciate it. Russ and Christine, back to you.
All right, Buck, thanks so much. Let's talk about the Democratic side of that gubernatorial race, where things are definitely much clearer on the Dem side. Former Atlanta Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, the runaway leader right now. When the first initial results were coming in, she was sitting at a whopping 66% of the vote. As more votes have been getting counted, that number has dwindled, but she's still well above that 50% threshold where she could win this nomination outright without going to a runoff. But Jason Estevez and Michael Thurmond might have something to say about that. They're hoping with some more votes that are still out there that need to be counted, that maybe they can cut into that lead, get her below 50%, and send this to a runoff. Jason Estevez at 17% of the vote to Michael Thurmond's 13%. Jeff Duncan sitting at single digits tonight, hasn't broken beyond that at 7%. Let's get you out to Fox 5's Angelique Proctor, who joins us live from Keisha Lance Bottoms' campaign tonight.
Angelique, it's interesting when you dig into the numbers that Keisha Lance Bottoms and Jason Estevez are both beating Michael Thurmond in DeKalb County, where he was the interim school superintendent and the CEO.
Russ, I gotta admit, I'm having a rough time hearing you. The music is pretty loud here. I can tell you that Keisha Lance Bottoms told me earlier tonight she was still working on her victory speech. And with these numbers, I believe you were talking about some numbers out of DeKalb. I think she is still probably making changes, because I think a lot of people thought this race was going to be more competitive than it has turned out to be. Keisha Lance Bottoms right now sitting at 58% of the vote, which is well over that 50% threshold that she needs. She thinks she might be able to win this outright without a runoff. And a lot of the folks that are here tonight have told me that is, in fact, the case. Bottoms says she is feeling confident. She believes she's connected with voters during this campaign, and certainly she has strong name recognition. Earlier tonight, she was working the phone banks. She does not concede one vote. Bottoms says she's traveled this state, and she really has been running on standing up to President Donald Trump, trying to fix many of the problems that she believes the president's policies have created. Now, Bottoms told me earlier tonight that she believes she can win the state in November.
That is my prayer. But if God sees fit that we go another 3 weeks, and we'll just keep running. We'll keep doing what we need to do. I am confident that we will be victorious, not just in this primary, but also in November. But I'm really grateful and excited, and just thankful that we are here. We still get an opportunity to weigh in on our democracy and still have an opportunity for our voices to be heard.
Now, we just heard from two surrogates. I'm told there will be a couple of speakers before we actually hear from the candidate. This crowd is very anxious, though. They want to hear from Keisha Lance Bottoms herself. Back to you guys.
Yeah, she was working on that acceptance speech early tonight when you were able to chat with her, Angelique, before the polls were even closed. But it looks like she may very well be able to have that speech tonight if she holds on to the vote.
Yeah, she's been in the lead all spring.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure a lot of people, even our experts, expected that she was going to win this outright tonight.
Sure.
And she's in a very, very strong position. A former DeKalb County CEO Michael Thurman, on the other hand, has trailed in the Democratic race all night long.
Let's go to Fox 5's Eric Perry, who joins us live from Decatur at Thurman's campaign watch party. We see Michael Thurman here walking out on the stage, getting hugs from some of his supporters as you see them chanting and celebrating him tonight. He was in second place early on, but it really was a close second with Jason Estevez, almost even. And as the night went on tonight, Russ, Jason Estevez eventually leapfrogged him. Now, Fulton County hasn't released their results just yet. Maybe they're hanging on to hope that that could put him over that hump and put him in second and maybe cut into Keisha Lance Bottoms' lead.
Perhaps so. Although I think the expectation is Keisha Lance Bottoms will do very well in Fulton County as well because of her name recognition, of course, as the former Atlanta mayor. I've talked to more than a few Republicans who think that Mike Thurman might have been a more difficult candidate to beat in the fall, to be perfectly honest, because he has so much experience as a former labor commissioner, DeKalb CEO. But that's where that stands now. Let's turn to Eric Perry, who joins us live now with the latest there. Eric?
Hey, Russ, Christine, we've been waiting for this moment since we've been here since 2 o'clock. Michael Thurman just coming out. I believe at some point, any moment now, he'll get up on the podium and address the supporters. They've been here since about 7 o'clock here. Keep in mind, just running down his resume, many people thought he was going to poll higher just because of his laundry list of political experience. You know, he was the governor here, the CEO here in DeKalb County as from 2017 to 2025, and if he goes up to that podium, I'll pause and we can listen in just a little bit if that is okay there. But also, before that, he was in there as well. They're doing a mic check, and he is coming to the podium. Russ, Christine, I think we'll listen in a little bit together. Not sure if he's going to concede in the race just yet, but let's listen in as he addresses his supporters here.
Give Zola Thurman a round of applause. This life of politics. Look, let me tell you where we are. South DeKalb, some precincts in Cobb, in Clayton, and particularly in a little town called Athens, Clark County, not yet in. And so we're going to wait until all the votes are in before we make any official word about our position here. But what I came down to say to you all is how much I and Zola and my entire family appreciate you. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for the support you've given us over the years. Thank you so much for the support that you've provided in this campaign. But look, the night is young, and we're going to continue to watch the results as they come in, and we're going to continue to pray and continue to put our faith in God and to continue to believe that we will elect a Democrat as the next governor of the state of Georgia. That is my commitment to you, and that is my commitment on behalf of my family. So thank you all so much. Enjoy the evening. The night is young. We have food. We don't have it's a cash bar though, isn't it? You got to pay your own way to the bar, but that's all right. That's all right. You all enjoy yourselves, and thank you so much for being here. We're waiting and we're watching, but the results are not yet final. So let's just keep on being watchful as the night unfolds. So thank you so much for being here once again, and you have my love and my support, and we'll just continue to watch this work that we put in, the boots on the ground all across this state. Look, I was telling someone, this has been an amazing journey for me as a person, and you start on a dead-end dirt road a long time ago. and staying here.
All right, you're listening to Michael Thurman, one of the Democratic candidates for governor, looking to get the nomination tonight. He had mentioned, even though he's in third place right now, that there are still votes out in DeKalb, Cobb, Clayton, and Athens, Clark County, and says that he's waiting for those results to see what his position is going to be in the race. But he went on to say that I do believe we will nominate a Democrat as next governor of Georgia. Makes you wonder if he does not win the nomination tonight, who he will back in this. Right now, it still looks like Keisha Bottoms will be the Democratic nominee.
And honestly, he seems like the kind of person who would join her on the campaign trail in the next month while the two Republicans are going at each other and try to solidify the support behind her. Former State Senator Jason Estevez also running for governor. If there were a runoff, if Keisha Lance Bottoms were to get below 50%, he would be in it as things stand at the moment. Fox 5's Larry Sproul joins us now at the watch party.
Yeah, on the west side of Atlanta there, Larry. So what is the mood for the Jason Estevez campaign? Are they ready to concede?
Yeah, well, good evening, Christine and Russ. Jason Estevez just finished his speech here, and the crowd is still here. His supporters are still here as well. Jason Estevez left the building, but before leaving, he told the crowd that he is very hopeful. He says that he started from the bottom of this campaign and rose his way up to second place as of right now. And he told his supporters that this race is not over yet, that there are still a lot of votes out there to be counted, and people here are still very hopeful that he will go into a runoff, although, yes, former Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms does have a lead, a very large lead in this race, but Jason Estevez told his supporters tonight that this race is still not over. Take a listen.
We still have a while to go, but I didn't want you waiting here all night until we got the results, so I wanted to come out and thank all of you for the movement that we have built together. From Atlanta to North Georgia to Middle Georgia to the coast all the way down south, people have coalesced around a message and a campaign that restores hope, that stays focused on the issues that people care about the most, that believes that if we invest in ourselves and invest in our families, we could build a better Georgia for all of us.
And Jason Estevez told his supporters again he is the man for this job. He says, yes, Keisha does have a wide lead, but he says this race is not over by any means whatsoever. He says there are still a lot of votes to be counted, and many of his supporters here are still very hopeful that he will finish in that second place and make this race go into a runoff. We're live in Northwest Atlanta tonight. I'm Larry Sproul, Fox 5 News.
Certainly, Estevez not giving up on this. He came in these last few weeks of the race and came on strong really in the last few weeks, wanting to position himself as the new next generation of leadership potentially. So Larry, thanks so much for your reporting from there. We'll see what the results are as they continue to come in tonight, Russ.
Yeah, he certainly invested quite a bit in his campaign, more than Keisha Lance Bottoms from a monetary standpoint. Let's get back to the Buck and the panel now for an update and their analysis of this one.
Yeah, Buck, the AP now reporting that Keisha Lance Bottoms will, in fact, win the Democratic nomination for governor here in Georgia. Just getting that in now, Buck.
Okay, did you guys just hear that? So
Yes.
the AP's announcing that Keisha Lance Bottoms are projecting that she will win the nomination. And that's what the first thing I was going to ask you, Phil, was like, Michael Thurman says it's not over. Jason Estevez says it's not over. Is it over?
Well, we were just discussing that Fulton County has not fully come in, and that's going to put her over the top, and I think that's why the projection is occurring.
58% was 66% of the votes counted. Theron, let me ask you this. If she goes ahead and secures this nomination, has been projected, well, meanwhile, the Republicans are going to have an ugly battle over the next month.
What kind of an advantage? How does she play this?
Well, you just heard two pragmatic speeches from Jason Estevez and Michael Thurman, understanding that, look, if the AP is reporting that she's the projected nominee, they were basically saying, hey, numbers are still out there. So it wasn't necessarily a concession speech, but it was a pragmatic sort of response in respect to their supporters. Now, if she wins this without a runoff, she's going to have 28 days to do two things. One, she's going to have to be very, very laser-like focused on consolidating the Democratic base. She's going to have to reach out to folks. She's going to have to bring folks in. But a lot of people are going to reach out to her, too, because if she becomes a nominee, you got to regroup. The second thing she's going to have to do is be ready for the attacks that are going to come even more from the Republican side. And so she's going to have to get right back on the offense, raise money very quickly, and be able to tell people on the offense about why she believes that she can win the state of Georgia. So you just heard from Jason Estevez and Michael Thurman, very optimistic about the future of this state. They believe that Democrats can win, but if it holds that she is actually the person who wins, it's going to be a lot of consolidation going on, a lot of compromising, a lot of conversations, and I think you got to hear from voters about what it was in this primary that they liked and didn't like, and then I think she moves on.
Laura, are you surprised that she first of all, she grabbed that big lead, and she's really held on to it, and it looks like she's the projected winner. Does this surprise you at all?
I think it is kind of the surprise of the night because we thought this one would also go into a runoff. But I think a couple of things to observe here is, one, it was very hard for any of these Democrats, the three Democrats who are losing right now, to break through because of all of the Republicans buying up all of the airwaves and, and all of the mailers and everything that was filling mailboxes and all over social media. So one, that was very hard for those without the name recognition to break through. Secondly, the three losing Democratic candidates as of right now did not go on the attack. And say what you want about all of the attack ads. I know people say that they hate them, but they do work. And if they didn't work, then the candidates would never use them. But in this case, Keisha Lance Bottoms was really not attacked by any of her opponents and really was able to sail into first place here.
Jeff Duncan, your thoughts on switching parties, Phil, and obviously it didn't play out very well for him.
Right. I've always said that trust is very important, and he betrayed his Republican base. Of course, he switched to the Democratic Party, and there never was really the trust there. He renounced all of his conservative positions, and I think that made a lot of liberal Democrats uncomfortable, obviously. And I never thought he would get anywhere. And I think Lori made some good points too. That they should have been critical of Keisha Lance Bottoms and her role as mayor. It was ripe for criticism, and yet they were afraid to do it.
Yeah, one thing I want to say really quickly, if this is actually what we're hearing to be projected, if she goes on to actually become the nominee, I don't want this to turn into, she should have been attacked, because I'm not disagreeing with my panelists. I think that those candidates will have to answer those questions. But you got to give her credit. She actually ran a disciplined race. It wasn't a perfect race. She ran a good enough race to actually get the people out to vote for her. But I also want to say that, there are still counties left out there. I think this 58% that she's at right now, looking at the screen, that will tighten. I think Estevez will get more votes, and I think Thurman will get more votes, and maybe Duncan. So ultimately, if this is what's going to happen, you got to really break down the numbers and see, where Democrats did well, and then actually where we can improve.
I think also just an observation, I can't wait to see the black female turnout on the Democratic side, because I think it's going to be very huge, and I think we're going to see that really down the ballot as well.
All right. Good insight. Good insight. All right, Russ and Christine, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Buck, thank you so much.
Let's take a look at the latest now from House District 13. That is the seat that the late Congressman David Scott held for years. This is obviously the Democratic race for governor. The Keisha Lance Bottoms has won the nomination on the Democratic side. In District 13, I'll just tell you quickly that the AP projects Jasmine Clark is the outright winner of the Democratic primary there tonight.
All right, and we've learned the Democratic primary for lieutenant governor will head to a runoff. Again, Russ just commented here on the District 13 race. So here are the results from that. And U.S. House District 1, the Republican nomination right now going to Jim Kingston with 80% of the votes reporting. So it looks like Kingston will win this race outright. Are we going to look at the lieutenant governor race for the Democratic nominees? Here we go. All right, so you see here Jasmine Clark, District 13. All right, I'll just tell you about the lieutenant governor's race at this point. It is also going to be heading to a runoff. Josh McLaurin will face Nabila Parks on June 16th. Here are the numbers for you. Josh McLaurin getting 40% of the vote. Nabila Parks, 39% of the vote. So these top two vote getters will face each other in the June 16th primary. June 16th runoff, rather. We'll be back.
You know,
Here are the latest numbers in the U.S. Senate race on the Republican side to take on Jon Ossoff in the fall. Mike Collins with the lead there at 41%. Derek Dooley with a 27,000 vote advantage over Buddy Carter, the congressman from the coast. John McCollum trailing there in fourth place. The AP saying that Mike Collins is headed to a runoff.
Who will he face in that runoff is certainly the big question. Fox 5's Rob D'Arienzo is at Mike Collins' watch party in Jackson. We know Collins is headed to the runoff. Against who is still in question tonight, Rob? What's the atmosphere like there, and how are supporters feeling?
Well, just a couple minutes ago, when Congressman Collins took the stage, he was addressing his case against Jon Ossoff already. He wasn't really too concerned about who he's going to be facing in this primary. But I want to show you, he's still in the room right now. He's still working the room, talking to everybody around here. Again, he thanked Buddy Carter at one point. He said he started this campaign with almost 10 months ago with a vision to deliver as a workhorse. He says, tonight we are one step closer. And I also want to take a step out of the way. If you can go into the podium, you can see there's a sign that says runoff June 16th right behind that gentleman right there. When that sign was switched from his campaign sign, there was a loud applause. And then when Congressman Collins came out again, he talked about how important this night was, but really still the work he has to lie ahead, not on June 16th, but in November against Jon Ossoff. He characterized it as prosecuting the case against Jon Ossoff and trying to get voters from both sides of the aisle. He talked about poll numbers that he said were favorable when it showed him against Ossoff. So again, a lot of his focus tonight wasn't about his opponent that he's going to be facing in this runoff next month, but rather Jon Ossoff come November, the Democrat incumbent senator. So very interesting here tonight. Another thing he touched on, a big emphasis in his speech, was the Laken-Riley Act and his push to do that. He also raked Ossoff over the coals for not immediately supporting it. So it seems like that's going to be a very big issue as we get to November. Of course, we have to still wait and see what happens in June, in that June 16 runoff. But you can imagine the Collins campaign is pretty happy tonight. They're not too focused on the runoff that's lying ahead of them. Instead, they really seem to focus on going to November and defeating Jon Ossoff when it comes to the general. Back to you.
Certainly, Jon Ossoff having tens of millions of dollars right now in cash on hand. Certainly a strong Democratic candidate and the incumbent coming into this. So Mike Collins, not surprised to hear him jump right into this and start attacking Jon Ossoff over who he may face in the runoff potentially.
Yeah. And Derek Dooley saying on the trail that if Jon Ossoff wins in November, he'll be in the Senate forever. That was what he told some supporters as he was speaking in North Georgia. And of course, Derek Dooley is also in a very strong position now. If things stand as they are, he would be in the runoff. Thanks in large part to the fact that he has a childhood friend in Brian Kemp who's endorsed him.
Of course, Fox 5's Tara Jabbour is with the Dooley camp at the Battery tonight. Tara?
That's right. We're here at Park Bench with Derek Dooley's campaign, and we expect to hear from Governor Brian Kemp and Derek Dooley here within the next couple of minutes. Now, take a look behind me. The atmosphere here really has been upbeat all night. It's been a packed house, I'd say, for the last few hours. The governor got here about an hour ago. Obviously, that, of course, brought a lot more energy into this room. Now, Dooley is known as a football coach and lawyer, and he considers himself a political outsider. He says that his focus, if he does become U.S. Senator, would be on being there for the people of Georgia. Again, we do expect to hear from Governor Brian Kemp and Derek Dooley here within the next couple of minutes. When they do speak, we'll, of course, bring that to you. But for now, reporting live, Tara Jabbour, Fox 5 News.
Tara, thanks. Turning to the final candidate on that side, Congressman Buddy Carter, who's been an avid supporter of President Trump.
Fox 5's Tyler Finger is in Sandy Springs with the latest on his campaign. Tyler.
Yeah, Russ, good evening to you. Just moments ago, Georgia Congressman Buddy Carter told supporters and reporters that things did not go his way tonight, and he officially conceded the race for the Republican nomination for U.S. Senate. Take a look behind me here at the Hudson Grill in Sandy Springs. They're already cleaning up this watch party now that everyone who was here to show support for Buddy Carter has left the building. They are obviously a disappointing finish for Buddy Carter. The congressman said his campaign appears to be too far behind to make the runoff, and confirmed he has already called both Derek Dooley and Congressman Mike Collins to congratulate them. Carter entered this race positioning himself as a conservative MAGA warrior who could both support President Trump and defeat Democratic Senator Jon Ossoff in November. Tonight, while clearly disappointed, Carter told about entering his race, and obviously they are now going to be off, and we're going to be playing his sound that he told us. We'll put that on our social media channels and our website, fox5atlanta.com. We're live in Sandy Springs. Tyler Finger, Fox 5 News.
Tyler, thanks. Let's go back out to the Battery, to the Dooley campaign, where Governor Brian Kemp is speaking about his candidate who he supported through the campaign, Derek Dooley. Let's take a listen.
Some of his opponents and the Democrats started attacking him. You know why? Because he's the most dangerous candidate to beat Jon Ossoff. Which is the second reason that we're supporting him. Not only is he a great guy and we know his character, but he's also a political outsider. And that is what we need to beat Jon Ossoff. We have to win this general election. We need our nominee to be the best candidate to do that. And that candidate is our next United States Senator, Derek Dooley.
Hey, listen, I got to start by apologizing. If it was really up to me, I'd still be over there because the clock hadn't hit 000. This is a new deal for me where this thing gets called before it's over. So I apologize for being so late. Thank you, Governor and the First Lady. I can't tell you what an honor it has been, not only to get their support, but to travel all around this state with them. I think over the last 6-7 weeks, we hit 62 stops in 59 counties. They are out there busting their tail because they love this state, they love the Georgia people, and their leadership has been inspirational to me. Biggest thanks to my amazing wife, Allison. There's no way I would be standing here today without the sacrifices she has made for her career, for my family. She's been the rock. I mean, we've been through a lot in 31 years, changing professions, moving jobs. She's made me a better husband. She's made me a better dad. She's made me a better person. And oh, by the way, she's still working on me. That's never going to end. So thank you, Allison, for staying with me. Thank you to my family. I mean, it's unreal. You know, my mom, my brother, my sisters, my in-laws, nephews, the family's been incredible. It's so humbling. I can't thank you enough. The friends I have here from so many different, Clark Central High School friends, my law school friends here, my New Raven County friends. It's just, I can't tell you, it's the most humbling experience I've ever been through. I'm new at this, and it's one of the hardest things ever is to ask your family and friends, for their effort, their financial support. And I just have been overwhelmed with humility, and I'll always forever be grateful for what y'all have done to help us. And of course, thank you all to the supporters all around the state, many of whom I had never even met before, but got in front of them and they believed in me. They supported me. They spread their news. I borrowed their reputation. They gave us financial help. And I'll just always be forever grateful for the people that believed in me out of the
All right,
gate.
so you're listening there to Derek Dooley, who is headed into a runoff with Mike Collins for the Republican nomination for U.S. Senate. The winner there in the runoff next month will face Jon Ossoff in November. More to come here on our coverage of Election Night in Georgia. We'll be back. right, let's take another look here at the leaderboard as more votes are still coming in, even though we know the Republican nomination for governor will head to a runoff, and these will be the top two vote getters. Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones getting the most votes tonight at 39%. Rick Jackson, who started his campaign in January, getting 33% of the vote. These two will face each other in the runoff next month. Whoever wins that runoff on June 16th will face incumbent Senator Jon Ossoff.
Oh, and while they beat each other up over...
excuse me. Yes.
There it is. Keisha Lance Bottoms.
Keisha Lance Bottoms. There you go.
It's been a long night. But while those two are beating each other up and spending millions more, Keisha Lance Bottoms has the benefit of having won without a runoff. She'll get to save some money and have some time to consolidate Democratic support, and that will be a real benefit to her.
And here are the Senate race results tonight on the Republican side. Mike Collins and looks like Derek Dooley will be the top two vote getters tonight with 74% of the votes counted. These two are also, from what we understand, will head to a runoff. Speaking of the Democratic nominee for governor, Keisha Lance Bottoms is going to be speaking for the first time to some of her supporters at her campaign watch party.
Let's listen in.
My name is Lincoln. A lot of people know Keisha Lance Bottoms as our next governor. You've seen her give great speeches and make big decisions. But to me, she's my mom. The one always in the carpool line for drop-off and pickup, who really gets into Falcon games, who makes chicken and rice, and no matter how busy she is, she stops to learn a TikTok dance with me. My mom is the best. She really cares about our family, and to her, Georgia is family. She's going to be a great governor, and I'm so excited to introduce her now. My mom, our next governor, Keisha Lance Bottoms.
Returning portions of the Voting Rights Act.
There is an active multiple FBI agents here.
Dealing with redrawing Georgia's congressional maps will pay higher premiums. Georgia's rural hospitals are in crisis. I am a battle-tested leader.
This time in our history calls for people who have the courage to stand up, the courage to fight, someone who has the heart for community, for people throughout this state. I believe that I'm going to win. It's not about me, it's about all of us.
I've gone toe-to-toe with the Trump administration and won. Hello, Georgia. My name is Keisha Lance Bottoms, and I am humbled to be your Democratic nominee for governor of this great state.
Together with all of you, we have shown what happens when the people of Georgia show up and believe that their votes are our voice and that our voices will never be silenced. I am reminded that the grace of God is sufficient. When we launched this campaign, is that God calling? When we launched this campaign, I had no idea where the support and resources would come from, but I repeatedly said, God does not give vision without provision. And that provision has been through each of you who voted, who volunteered, who donated, and prayed for our campaign. I am grateful. Your support means more than you know. My faith is often my guide and has often given me clarity during some of the most challenging times in my life. I relied on that faith after the last presidential election when I prayed and I asked for guidance of what I would be called to do in this season. It is that faith that has led me to offer myself as a candidate for governor of this great state. I am a fighter. And I could not rest knowing that people across this state needed someone to stand in the gap and fight on their behalf. And Georgians sent a clear message tonight that they want a fighter.
All right, you've been listening to the Democratic nominee for governor, Keisha Lance Bottoms. The election coverage continues right now here on Fox 5. Stay with us.
From Fox 5, News Edge at 11 starts now.
After months of run-up, it's primary night here in Georgia. Right now, results continuing to pour in, and we already know some races are headed to a runoff.
Including the Republican race for U.S. Senate. We're hearing from the two finalists who outlasted a massive field. Plus, we'll hear from the candidates remaining for governor.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us for News Edge at 11. I'm Russ Spencer.
And I'm Christine Spiro. The political picture ahead in Georgia has started to become clearer tonight. Some races are a landslide, others much closer.
Right now, we're waiting for Fulton County votes to finally hit the tallies. Some Fulton County voters still are not done casting their ballots or just finished within the last half hour.
Yeah, a judge ruling earlier the Ison Springs Elementary polling location in Sandy Springs will be open until just after 11 o'clock. So we're watching that. Earlier, there was some police activity nearby that had shut down that site for hours. So again, the reason why the judge is extending those hours.
And even without those missing Fulton County votes, the AP reports Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones, businessman Rick Jackson will be headed to a runoff in the race for the Republican nomination for governor. And there are the numbers. Despite $83 million in advertising from Rick Jackson's campaign, Burt Jones with a rather substantial lead, something on the order of 50,000 votes, 39% to Jackson's 33%, Brad Raffensperger and Chris Carr trailing.
On the Democratic side, a much clearer picture as you see Keisha Lance Bottoms, the winner outright tonight. There will be no runoff on the Democratic side. She received 58% of the votes, with 70% of precincts whose votes have been counted so far.
And the U.S. Senate race for the nomination on the Republican side, Mike Collins has been in the lead, the congressman from the 10th District. This is a bit of a surprise. Derek Dooley is headed to the runoff. If you had said that was going to happen 2 months ago, I think the experts might have thought that you were dreaming. But Buddy Carter lost ground in those last 2 months, and Derek Dooley, with the endorsement of Governor Kemp, will be headed to this runoff. We start now with Derek Dooley, also vying for the Senate seat. And we talked about the fact that he owes a lot of that to Governor Kemp and his lifelong friendship with him.
He's been stumping with him really hard these last several weeks. News Edge reporter Tara Jabor is with the Dooley camp at the Battery. Tara.
Christine. Christine, that's right. We're here at the park bench, and we just heard from Derek Dooley and, of course, Governor Brian Kemp. They've been together a lot during this campaign. As you can see over here, the governor and Derek Dooley celebrating. We just heard from both of them. Now, Derek Dooley talked a lot about how this has been a humbling experience for him. He thanked his family and friends, and he says that 10 months ago, they were polling at 0%, and now they just punched their ticket for this runoff election. Now, Dooley says he ran because he thought that he's tired of seeing what's happening in D.C., and he thinks that people here in Georgia also want to see some change in D.C. He talked a lot about proving people wrong, and most people thinking that Collins would be the one to win this. Of course, we'll find out who the final candidate will be in about a month in that runoff election. Let's take a listen on what he had to say. All right, we'll have that sound coming up later. But again, we just heard from Derek Dooley. They are definitely celebrating here for now. Tonight is all about celebration, but he says the next 4 weeks are going to be nonstop work, of course, in that runoff election. Reporting live in Cobb County, Tara Jabor, Fox 5 News.
All right, Tara, thank you. Yeah, Governor Kemp saying as he was introducing Derek Dooley tonight that he's a political outsider, and that is what is needed to beat Senator Ossoff, who's the incumbent, who the nominee will face in November.
And we have seen many instances in Georgia where the person who's been number 2 in the first round ends up winning the second round, which will be on June 16th. Of course, we'll see what happens when it comes 28 days from now. We turn now to another candidate we know will be in that runoff.
News Edge reporter Rob Durienzo is at the watch party for Mike Collins tonight. And Rob, Mike Collins got the majority vote at 41%, but not enough to get it to win the race outright.
That's right, guys, and this is an outcome that a lot of people in the room, supporters, staff, were completely anticipating. But I want to show you, the congressman is actually still in the room as everybody's starting to file out. He's right there speaking with supporters. This was certainly a good night for him, but as you mentioned, his work is not over. He has that June 16th runoff ahead of him against Derek Dooley in this race, but he has made it clear his case is already against Democratic Senator incumbent Jon Ossoff. I want to take you into that speech he gave just a little while ago. Listen.
With me as a nominee, you're not just going to get to replace Jon Ossoff, but you're going to replace a Democrat with an actual conservative who will fight, and I mean fight. You see, our problem in Washington is that not that we don't have enough Republicans, it's just that we don't always have the right Republicans. That's right. But I'm going to tell you, any Republican is better than a Democrat. But just because you've got an R behind your name, it doesn't mean that you'll stand up and take the tough votes that put Americans first. I've not just promised to do that, but I have delivered on it. Yo, hey, campaign slogans are cheap. Those slick advertisements, they're expensive. But the right voting record, now that's priceless. I will never apologize for being America first. As a matter of fact, I am unapologetically pro-God, pro-Trump, pro-Second Amendment, pro-strong military. By gosh, peace through strength works. If it's not good for Georgia and this country, I will never support it. Look, we need to replace Jon Ossoff with someone who will put our state first, not California and New York. I mean, y'all know this. Jon Ossoff doesn't represent our state, our people, or our values. I mean, he's effectively California's 3rd U.S. senator. I mean, in fact, Jon Ossoff is as Georgia as putting pistachios in a Pepsi.
All right, and back out here live, you can see Congressman Collins has undone his tie. Again, he's still milling about with supporters as staff breaks down here, the media breaks down, and everyone heads out. This was certainly, again, a good night for him. He ended his speech with saying, "This old trucker will deliver." And I think that messaging is something we're going to be hearing, not only just going into the primary, but if he's successful, or into the runoff, rather, but if he's successful in that runoff all the way up until November. Again, he is framing tonight as just the beginning of his fight against Senator Jon Ossoff. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens next month, but he is hoping to build on the support that he's already gotten, and then, of course, trying to reach that MAGA base. And it seems like that is really kind of what all of this may come down to, is you have two sort of soft factions of the Republican Party. You have Governor Brian Kemp backing Derek Dooley, and then you have more ardent Trump supporters who may go for Congressman Mike Collins. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens in that runoff. But again, tonight, his mentality was completely focused on November. That's the latest from here live in Jackson. Rob DiRienzo, Fox 5 News.
Yeah, interesting that you went right to attacking Senator Jon Ossoff.
Right. Very well said,
yeah.
Rob. It was a big night for Mike Collins, a big night for Derek Dooley, and for Brian Kemp. And for more on the Senate race, return back to our political panel.
Seems like we're starting to get a clearer picture again, Buck, on who's going to be facing the incumbent Senator Jon Ossoff this fall.
One of two right now, for sure. I got to ask you about that line, though, right there. So I feel like that's a campaign ad. Should he make it to the general election? Pistachios and a Pepsi. That's how Georgia. John, that's memorable.
That is a good line, I will say. I will also say the question now is, does President Trump weigh in on the Senate race on the Republican side? Will we see him, pick a candidate? Because that will be the big question in this race, like he did in Texas. He waited for a long time, but a Trump endorsement at this stage of the game means a lot. Mm-hmm. You see Derek Dooley is side by side, as he has been the entire campaign, with Governor Brian Kemp and also First Lady Marty Kemp. It has done him well. I would say the big surprise tonight, if this were a month ago, we would all be surprised that Derek Dooley was sitting in second place, but you could feel the momentum on the Republican side for Derek Dooley as the race wore on.
And kudos to you, Phil. You called this. It's not a surprise to you at all, is it?
Well, the Insider Advantage poll, yes, called it very well. It's impressive. But I know all of us agree here on the panel that turnout is very important. And I think that Buddy Carter is a very staunch conservative and pro-Trump, and he conceded. And so a lot of those votes will go to Mike Collins, who is also a staunch conservative and pro-Trump. I don't know, Lori, if the president will weigh in, but I think that that math shows that the pro-Trump staunch conservatives in a low turnout runoff probably could win. And I don't think the president has a problem with Derek Dooley. They've had collegial meetings, so it's not like Trump's going to sit back, because every faction of the Republican Party, and they want to bring in the center, is united by one thing, and that's the far left ticket that they're going to face in November with Ossoff and with Bottoms now. And that's going to be interesting to see how Ossoff has to defend Bottoms' record.
Theron, we often hear President Trump's on the ballot even if he's not, because of who he endorses. In a sense, was Brian Kemp on the ballot tonight? And obviously that endorsement carries some weight.
Listen, it's going to be a part of Brian Kemp's legacy forever. I mean, he took a major risk. He went out here 10 months ago. I think even before that, they sat in that living room, and I said, I think the governor definitely had a beer. First Lady Marty Kemp, she's more of a wine gal, so I think she had a glass of wine. And they said, Derek Dooley, you're going to be our guy. And when this guy launched his campaign, a lot of us on the Georgia Gang and others, we were like, okay, can he really break through? Now, Phil did predict it on the show. I also said, and I'm printing this, don't count Derek Dooley out. But what this was a clear case of is that when you have an incumbent governor who not only gives you money and tells people to donate to your campaign, but actually stops what he's doing to go county to county with you, that accounts for something. But I want to say this about Buddy Carter. Buddy Carter also put a lot of money in this race. He just did not peak at the right time. And then lastly, Phil, I'm going to shock you. I think Mike Collins showed a tremendous amount of discipline with his message. He didn't have any major fumbles. Yes, he's got some ethics violations, some allegations out there and other things. But as far as running his campaign to his base, he did a really good job of that.
Fumble made me think of football. You're talking about a football coach. I think of Tommy Tuberville, an outsider, former football coach that came in.
And it is an outsider versus an insider race. And I did say that earlier. I said Derek Dooley needed to say that the one thing I have different difference between my opponents is I'm an outsider and they're Washington insiders.
Well, that's also, you've got that in the governor's race, too. You've got the outsider versus the insider. So the two top races on the Republican side are going to be outsider versus insider.
It's going to be fun next month, isn't it?
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. It's going to be a next month.
We won't get a lot of sleep.
Yeah. Christine and Russ, we'll send it back to you.
All right, Buck, thanks so much. Let's show the folks at home some more election results tonight. Let's go to the Republican race for lieutenant governor. John F. Kennedy getting the most votes so far tonight at 27%. Greg Dolezal coming in at 23%. As it stands now, these are your top two vote getters who would face each other in a runoff. There were 7 total candidates in this side of the race, but it looks like Kennedy and Dolezal right now will be heading to next month's runoff.
And let's look at the Democrats for lieutenant governor. There will be a runoff between Josh McLaurin and Nabila Parks, with 69% of the precincts reporting. Richard Wright trailing with 20%. Republican strategists would tell you that whoever wins this, if the Democrat were to win in November, that Democratic lieutenant governor would be granted practically no power by the Republican state Senate. But that's neither here nor there. It'll be McLaurin and Parks in the runoff in June. We'll be back after this.
We're continuing our election night coverage on this Georgia primary night. Let's show you the results from the Democratic race for governor tonight. Keisha Lance Bottoms declared the winner on the Democratic side with a whopping lead over the second and third place candidates. 58% of the vote so far tonight, more than 400,000 votes for the former mayor of Atlanta, Jason Estevez, at 17%, Michael Thurman at 13%. We heard from those candidates earlier tonight who have not yet conceded and are still holding out to some of the other results coming in from other counties tonight.
Yeah, but a convincing victory, 58%. That's really something. Let's get to News Edge reporter Angelique Proctor, who joins us live from the Keisha Lance Bottoms campaign. Angelique.
Well, good evening. This crowd is truly energized energized. In fact, we're starting to hear chants of Keisha Lance Bottoms becoming the first African American and the first female governor of Georgia. And certainly the people who've gathered here in this ballroom tonight believe that. Now, Keisha Lance Bottoms just addressed the crowd. She had her husband, her 4 children, and her mother all by her side. She says she believes she can win in November. She talked about being a 5th-generation Georgian. She thanked God and her supporters and declared herself a fighter. She said that Burt Jones and Rick Jackson are both out for themselves and that both have spent their lives enriching themselves. She says we must expand Medicaid and invest in our children's education and eliminate the state income tax. Now, she ended by saying she plans to build a Georgia that works for everybody, and the crowd just gave a thunderous applause at that time. So she gets to rest for the next few months, and she will be back at the campaign trail, though, she said, in the morning. Back to you.
Angelique, thanks so much. Let's get back. Pardon me. Pardon me all night. Let's get back to Buck and our political panel for an update.
Yeah, let's get an analysis tonight, Buck, from the panel on this Democratic race for governor and Keisha Lance Bottoms' outright win tonight.
Yeah, while we do this, you get Russ a little drink of water.
All right.
All right. Let's talk about this. I mean, who do you think Keisha Lance Bottoms, or first of all, let's start with this. What does she do during this next month while the other two kind of battle it out to figure out who's going to be the Republican nominee? What's her next month like?
I think her next month is raising a lot of money. I think she's going to have to really coalesce, get all the Democrats behind her, which I don't think is going to be very hard to do. I think compared to the Republicans, the Democratic Party is much more united in Georgia. So that'll be the A number one, but A number two will have to be fundraising for her because, whether she gets Burt Jones or Rick Jackson, both of those are heavily funded folks, and they will come guns a-blazing against her, and they're going to go after her record, which we've already seen, and she wasn't even the nominee. So that's going to be another brutal race to watch.
Darren, who do you think she would prefer to face in the general?
I think her campaign is looking at that to really see how she matches up against those folks. I mean, we saw some polling that she was actually beating both Burt Jones and Rick Jackson, some of the polls that she put out from her campaign. But I agree with Lori. Fundraising is going to be paramount, but it's going to be 2 other things she's going to have to do. And I said this earlier. She's going to have to make sure that she takes all the calls that she's going to get, but also she's going to make calls to folks, rebuild the coalition. Let's make sure that a lot of folks who lost in their campaigns, the candidates, let's get them in a room. Let's all unite. Let's figure out how we can actually unite to go up against the Republican nominee. And then lastly, she's going to have to figure out, okay, now it's the general election. So a lot of things that she was doing on the campaign don't change. Clearly it worked. But how do you add on to different things to try to widen her net, bring more moderates and independents in, and so also go out to some disaffected Republicans. But she clearly tonight showed you that she can actually get the base vote. So don't abandon that, but you got to win a general election. That takes a lot of expansion.
Phil, are you surprised she won this without a runoff? She kind of ran away with this, or maybe did some people in the race maybe not run campaigns the way they perhaps could have to force a runoff?
Well, as we've been talking about tonight, I think some of the other Democratic opponents of Keisha Lance Bottoms should have criticized her, especially on the issue of public safety. That's going to be a huge issue now in the November campaign. And also, I think whoever the Republican is, she's going to have to go on defense and explain herself. I mean, in 2020, Atlanta burned millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars of businesses were damaged. She pulled the police back and wouldn't let them do their jobs. So she's got to explain all of that. The Republicans have always been strong on public safety, and affordability, of course, will be the second issue. And if there's economic stability on the national scene, and I think there probably would be, I'm being optimistic, at least 2 months of stability before the November election, she's going to have trouble there. She's going to attack Trump and attack Trump again and again, but that's not going to work in a general election. People want to know, what are you going to do for me and my pocketbook? And they're not for girls having boys in their locker rooms, and she's for that, and she's probably for open borders. She worked for Biden. Nobody wants that here.
All right. Good stuff.
There's a preview of all the ads that you'll see.
There you go. We got an exciting month ahead. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Buck, thanks so much. Let's take a look at the results for the governor's race on the Republican side. Burt Jones with 39%, Rick Jackson 33%. We've heard from both of them tonight, taking on each other. They will be in a runoff on June 16th. They will spend a lot of money between now and then, and I would hope that this is a journalist's hope that they might debate head to head.
Yeah.
Although I've talked to some people who are smarter than I am about this political stuff who say that's probably not going to happen. But it would be great.
The mudslinging will probably happen here over the next few weeks as they try to get folks to vote for their runoff. For more on that, let's go to Deidre Dukes, who is at Burt Jones' campaign in Jackson. Deidre?
Yeah, joining you live, Christine and Russ, at what was the Jones Watch Party. It is officially over. The crowd began thinning out after Jones took the stage to make remarks at around 9 tonight. He spoke to his supporters here soon after the AP called the race, declaring it would be a runoff between Jones and his opponent, Rick Jackson. Here's what Jones had to say.
I don't know if y'all remember who was here at the kickoff party that we had back when we opened this campaign at Indian Springs, but I told you about our family business, and I told you about our local community, and I told you about the light that always shines the farthest, shines the brightest at its base. And let me tell you something, the reason why I know we're going to win is because of friends and family members that are standing back here and they're out here in this audience right now. You're the reason why we're going to win, and I don't care how much money it's because real friendship and family members that stick together, they always find a way. I don't care. You couldn't give me $100 million for the people behind me right here at this table. But they're going to learn that very, very soon, because I look forward to, if we don't squeak it out tonight, because I'm very optimistic, there's an opportunity there to do that. If we don't squeak it out tonight, I love getting this guy one-on-one. I can promise you that. So, I've been looking for that. Because like I said, we've had over $100 million spent against us. Most of them are attack ads on myself, my family, just whatever they could make up. Didn't matter what it was. Just the wildest. Jan and I would wake up in the mornings and wonder, what are they going to come up with next, you know? And we had to start laughing about it because it got to be so comical. But I'm so proud of Georgia voters for realizing that Hollywood production over there is nothing like the genuine article that you have right here. I'm the workhorse.
You're doing great. And Jones also used the opportunity to publicly thank President Trump once again for his endorsement and ongoing support. And that's the latest here in Jackson. Deidre Dukes, Fox 5 News.
All right, Deidre, thanks so much. And Jones will be facing off against billionaire businessman Rick Jackson. Let's go to News Edge reporter Denise Dillon, who has been with Jackson's watch party all through the night tonight at the Battery. He has since spoken to supporters tonight as well. Denise?
Yeah, and let me tell you, it was quite the celebration here tonight, even though it wasn't really a surprise. And one of the first things Rick Jackson said when he walked on stage was, "We shook up the career politicians tonight." And of course, that brought a huge cheer from the crowd. He then went on to talk about what to expect in the next 28 days.
Barely more than 100 days ago, we sent an earthquake through the political establishment when we entered the race. I think it's safe to say we shook up the career politicians and insiders to their core. We have 28 days to finish it, and the choice could not be more clear or more important. Burt Jones is a political insider who's been in office for 14 years, working inside the system for his own benefit while promising tax relief and failing to deliver. This weekend, my opponent said he was going to win without a runoff. Well, no surprise, Burt was all talk and no results. And I have news for Burt. He isn't going to win the runoff either. We beat the odds tonight, and we're going to win on June 16th. And when we win, President Trump will be a winner. That's right. I'll be President Trump's favorite governor. When he looks at Georgia, he'll see a state that is leading the nation, led by an outsider. In the weeks ahead, Burt Jones will come after us even harder than he already has because he doesn't want his cartel broken up. It's what politicians always do. Every time he attacks, remember why. Burt is a career politician desperate to cling to power so he can profit off of it. I'm an outsider who's going to shake things up. Fighting tough fights is what I've done my whole life, but it's not about me. As governor, I'll win those fights for you.
And we know this has been an extremely expensive campaign, with Jackson spending tens of millions of dollars of his own money. And he says he's going to be spending more as we head into the runoff. He says it's worth it for him to win the governor's seat and take care of Georgians. Reporting live, Denise Dillon, Fox 5 News.
All right, Denise, thank you so much.
All right, well, let's turn back to the panel. Buck, your assignment is to convince the panel to convince Jones and Jackson to debate between now and June 16th.
My earpiece went out, so I couldn't hear what they were saying. But I guess they said, "Let's talk to us over here." So yeah, let's talk about that. I want to start with this. Rick Jackson, the outsider. How impressive? And no money talks. We know that. But how impressive is it what this guy has done in this short amount of time to be where he is tonight?
I'll go first. I mean, I think it's been very impressive. I mean, it takes that kind of money to introduce yourself to 11 million Georgians. I mean, no doubt about it. But the question also in the next 4 weeks that we have, we know that this has been a brutal fight between Burt Jones and Rick Jackson. But will we see that other side of Rick Jackson that voters were introduced to in the beginning? You know, we know that he grew up in the foster care system and he battled his way out, couldn't afford to go to college, so he's a self-made man. Will we see more of that story play out? And also like the folks who he's helped, or will we just see this kind of punching back and forth between the two? The other question I have is, you know, how we know that Burt Jones has gotten the endorsement of Donald Trump, which was a huge win and a huge get for the lieutenant governor. Will Trump come down, and will he actually campaign for him in the next 4 weeks? That'll be something to see as well.
What is it about Jackson you think that appeals to voters?
Listen, I think it was very impressive. I agree with Lori. I mean, this is a guy who had never run for office before, never had any name recognition as a candidate on any ballot. But it goes back to that video, and that video came at a time where honestly we weren't hearing a lot about what the gubernatorial candidates were going to say on the Republican side. Burt Jones had pretty much come in. He was a front runner. He was in the legislative session, so everyone was just waiting to see what was Karen Raffensperger going to do. And then, boom, out of nowhere, here comes Rick Jackson with an ad that really, I think, touched the Republican base. He immediately said, hey, we can do better. I'm going to run against, the establishment. And it's very similar to what Donald Trump did to the Republican Party back in 2016. But absolutely, Buck, the money helped a lot. Yeah. Because what the money does is that you not only get a chance to show repetition, but people want a person that they feel that has actually had a success story. And when you look at Rick Jackson, where he's come from and where he is now, it's a rag to riches story that he was able to articulate to the voters, and it lasted. And I think you go back to the debate. The question is, I think what Russ was asking you, will they debate? I don't know. He's got a lot of good paid consultants over there, but I tell you what, if they do debate, Burt Jones is going to welcome that fight. But I think Rick Jackson can probably hold his own in the debate, but you got to really figure out, does it help him and does it hurt them if they actually decide to do one?
It's kind of a wild card for Burt Jones when you go up against somebody that you don't know a whole lot about. So what does Burt do from here during this next 28 days getting ready?
Well, turnout, I have to emphasize again, is going to be the key. This is very tricky for both these candidates, and June 16th is a tough time. The Trump base is very loyal to Burt Jones. We've seen that tonight. He did very well against the 73 million or 80 million or whatever it is, and so I think the Trump Jones voters will crawl through broken glass to vote for Burt Jones. Rick Jackson has improved as a candidate. I think both men ought to be doing more positive ads. What do you do for the voters? Burt Jones pivoted over the last week and did talk about some things for tax reduction and eventually eliminating the state income tax. And the Lake and Riley Act resonated very much in Republican ranks, of course, in the Senate race and also in the governor's race. And you don't hear the Democrats talking about the victims of what happened under Biden. And so Trump is still a big factor in this runoff.
All right. Russ, I'm sure you asked me something, but I didn't hear a word of it because we didn't ask me that. But I'll send it back to you guys and get that problem fixed.
Yeah, Theron cleaned it up for you there, Buck. So, yeah, it would be great to convince the two to do a debate.
We have our fingers crossed.
All right, stay with us for more election coverage as it continues in just a minute. Want to leave you with some more results that we're getting in tonight. In the U.S. House District 14 race on the Republican side, Clay Fuller winning this race outright, getting a whopping 81% of the vote, with 92% of the votes counted in this race. We'll be back after this. Let's get you caught up on your weather forecast as we look live tonight at the Gold Dome, all lit up on what was a eventful night of election results with the primaries tonight. The weather certainly held up for people to get their votes out and make their voices heard.
Yeah, only Sunshine deciding to participate today in the election, so no impacts from the weather world, but that will change if we were to have election day tomorrow. So thankfully not, because there will be some disruption and interruption based on the change in the weather pattern. So let's get to the boards on this Tuesday night. You can see here there's a line of activity that is marching across the Mississippi River tonight, cruising across the Ohio River Valley with severe storms approaching the Gulf along the I-10 corridor. And this cold front will shove this moisture farther to the east and to the south as we go through the next 24-hour period. As we zoom in over North Georgia tonight, it's a fairly calm night. Some 60s up north, 70s down south, 74 in Atlanta. A batch of clouds on either side of the Georgia-South Carolina line, but mostly clear skies as we head to bed this evening. Taking you out to downtown Atlanta. Atlanta looks great out there. Midtown looking good, 78 degrees the current temperature. The dew point is eked up a bit, and this will be a number that will be on the rise as we get deeper into the week and going into the weekend. Winds are fairly soft at this hour, coming in out of the southeast at about 5 miles an hour. At times we had higher winds today, and that gave us a bit of a breeze considering how toasty it was. In fact, we reached a high temperature of 88 degrees. Big changes on the horizon for tomorrow. Your rain chances up to 20% by noon, and then flying into the 40s and possibly 60s before the day is all said and done. Let's run through the numbers here. Tomorrow morning, fairly quiet and calm. The numbers run into the 80s. I have been looking at models very closely, and it looks like the start time for storm activity, mainly to the west of I-85, will be at 2 o'clock. Those storms will continue to fester, and they will slowly drag to the north and to the east as we get deeper into the day. It's now 8 p.m., and you can see here the general trend is for most of the activity to stick to the north and to the west of the metro area, but I think Metro Atlanta will still participate in some wet weather. If you don't get a shot on Wednesday, you have another chance as early as Thursday morning for the northwestern quadrant of the state, and then by Thursday afternoon, the skies are opened up and it's fair game for anyone to get shower activity Thursday, Friday, and into the Memorial Day holiday weekend. A 60% chance for rain for Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Temperatures in the mid-80s, near average for this time of the year, and that's what we'd expect for this time of the year as we get into a more summerish pattern, especially as the humidity rises. Look at those dew points climbing into the muggies as we get deeper into the week. That said, it is a rinse and repeat forecast. Maybe we can eke out another slightly dry day tomorrow, but by Thursday, the storms are center stage.
Jonathan, thanks. Another look at the U.S. Senate race on the Republican side. Mike Collins, Derek Dooley in the runoff, the insider, the outsider, and June 16th. That's when it'll be settled. We'll have more results when we come back.
Life is a
We have a Fox 5 News alert for you tonight. Health officials are tracking a new cluster of measles cases right here in Metro Atlanta. The Georgia Department of Public Health confirmed 3 new cases today, all within an unvaccinated family who recently traveled internationally. Health officials are currently tracing anyone who may have been exposed. This brings Georgia's total to 5 cases so far this year. Sandy Springs police have a man in custody tonight following an hours-long search at Morgan Falls Overlook Park. Police got the call Tuesday about a suspicious man who was wearing military-style gear.
And investigators say after a dispute, that man went into the woods. Shortly after, a 911 caller reported hearing possible gunshots. During the search, Ison Springs Elementary School went on a soft lockdown, which also served as a polling location for the primary today. Voting was suspended for about 4 hours, and a Fulton County judge ruled that location would stay open until 11:02 tonight because of the police activity. A woman who asked not to be identified says her husband called police after hearing those gunshots.
It was about 6 shots, and a little bit later, looked at my watch again, it was 10:28. We heard 4 more shots, and it sounded like obvious gunshots.
Not release the man's name or the potential charges he may face, but they said they will release more information on Wednesday.
A morning shooting near a bus stop wounded a student not far from Stone Mountain High School. This happened near Stone Mill Drive and Juliet Road. DeKalb County police say the student had minor injuries. District leaders say appropriate disciplinary action will be taken because the investigation involves students and remains active. District officials say no additional details will be released at this time. We will be back with your latest election results on Georgia's primary night right after this break.
Welcome back to primary night on Fox 5 and Fox Local.
Let's get to some more updated numbers from tonight's other big races, starting with the Republican lieutenant governor race, where John Kennedy and Greg Dolezal are the top 2 vote getters here with 27 and 23% of the vote, respectively. As it stands now, it looks like these two will head to a runoff.
On the Democratic side for lieutenant governor, it's Josh McLaurin and Nabila Parks. They will be in the runoff in June.
Robert Brian Strickland is the winner in the Republican primary for Attorney General, getting 72% of the vote.
And the AP has called a winner in the Democratic primary for Attorney General. That's Tanya Miller with 84% of the vote. We'll be right back.
Let's show you the results for the Republican Secretary of State nomination. Tim Fleming and Vernon Jones looking like your two top vote getters here. Tim Fleming with 39% of the vote. Vernon Jones has 27%.
On the Democratic side, also a runoff, in this case between Penny Reynolds and Dana Barrett.
Well, believe it or not, one precinct in Fulton County was open until just after the top of the hour tonight.
Ison Springs Elementary School in Sandy Springs. Fulton County officials had to close that location for several hours while law enforcement investigated reports of an armed suspect nearby. After an extensive search, that man was arrested. And tonight, a judge ordered the polling location to stay open until 11:02 p.m. Cobb County also extended voting tonight at 11 different locations. A judge made that ruling after those locations experienced issues earlier in the day. Some locations were open for a few extra minutes and one until 8 p.m. More election results, including an update on the races for governor and U.S. Senate, just ahead. Tuesday Wins.
This is
Welcome back to Primary Night on Fox 5 and Fox Local. Let's get you a final check of tonight's biggest results, starting with the Republican Senate primary. Looking like the top two vote getters here, Mike Collins and Derek Dooley, will be facing each other in a runoff next month. Mike Collins getting 41% of the vote, Derek Dooley 30%, with 83 of the estimated votes counted.
And the latest numbers on the Democratic governor's race. Keisha Lance Bottoms with a convincing victory, 56% of the vote, avoiding a runoff, an opportunity now in the weeks to come to try to consolidate the Democratic Party.
And on the other side, the race to be the Republican nominee for governor. This one, of course, headed to a runoff with sitting Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones getting 38% of the vote. Rick Jackson coming in late on this campaign, getting 33% of the vote. So there will be a runoff against these two on June 16th as well. We'll be back.
And through each of you who voted, who volunteered, who donated, and prayed for our campaign, I am grateful. Your support means more than you know. My faith is often my guide and has often given me clarity during some of the most challenging times in my life. I relied on that faith after the last presidential election when I prayed and I asked for guidance of what I would be called to do in this season. It is that faith that has led me to offer myself as a candidate for governor of this great state. I am a fighter. And I could not rest knowing that people across this state needed someone to stand in the gap and fight on their behalf. And Georgians sent a clear message tonight that they want a fighter.
All right, you've been listening to the Democratic nominee for governor, Keisha Lance Bottoms. The election coverage continues right now here on Fox 5. Stay with us.
From Fox 5, News Edge at 11 starts